Good morning, everyone. Time is 9:07. The day is December 2nd. It's a Friday. We're back on the record. And when we paused yesterday, we were in Committee of the Whole Group 3. I apologize for the late start today, but we were working on some RC language that hopefully will be available for some of the committee work. And just giving some folks an opportunity to hopefully get their eyes on some potential substitute language. Okay, with that, Mr. Executive Director, any morning announcements that we need to take care of?
Nothing from me.
Very good. I will turn it over to Chair Carpenter. Sorry, Mr. Commissioner.
Yeah, I'd like to make an announcement. Yesterday, when I was reading through my emails, I got a resignation from one of my staff members. Mr. Rutz here is going to be retiring in early January, so this will be his last board meeting. I want to take this opportunity to thank Dave for everything that he's done over the last 4 years as director of the Division of Sportfish, and hopefully have the board recognize that he's done an excellent job too, and wish him well in his retirement.
Congratulations, Director Rutz. I'm going to miss your introductions especially.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Carpenter, take it away.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. We'll resume where we left off yesterday. I believe the next proposal that is in Committee 3 is number 55, so if you would please read that into the record.
Thank you. Good morning. For the record, my name is Travis Ellison. Proposal 55 would align the Naknek section southern boundary line with the Naknek-Kvichak District southern boundary line.
Thank you. Is the author of this proposal in the audience? Please state your name for the record. Turn your mic on, please. Thank you.
Matt Marinkovich. Okay, so I have a couple of, I put in an RC and I didn't see it on the internet, but there was, it was just some simple images of, well, let me start at the beginning. Okay, well, so we're looking to I'll just show you what I got. Basically, this here is an image of the regulation map of the Naknek-Kvichak section, and it shows the southern boundary line with a nice clean intersection of the Naknek section. We call it the sideline, and it intersects right there. It's very cut and dry. There's no question. So that technology, you guys aren't going to be able to see this, but they were made from Loran C technology. Those lines came from Loran C. That was like old technology that went away and like completely gone in, I think, the end of the 90s. And it's just that waypoint that's in question is basically an arbitrary waypoint that came by way of technology of the era. Since then, we have GPS, which gives a much more accurate representation of how the line actually is on the Earth. Because of that, this drawing was actually submitted in a comment, and it shows the southern boundary line. I drew this up, and there it is, slightly curved, and then the Naknek section line has a different south line because it has a different waypoint. No, it's the Naknek-Kvichak south line has no midway point. The Naknek sideline and section has a waypoint, but because of the curve of the Earth, the waypoint is in a different spot. Okay, so that's why we're here. It's been this way for 20 years, and they have not yet had the technology to get a new waypoint. I think it's because the department didn't want to go to 3 decimals on developing a waypoint that could actually fall on the line. So we've got, I think it's proposal 89. I think it is no, RC 89, No, I'm getting my wires crossed here. Is it? Yeah, RC 41, thank you, Fred. RC 41 is a new waypoint developed by your GIS people that is a waypoint that could substitute the existing Naknek section southwest corner line right here. And it would basically put an extension of this Naknek section line. It falls within the line made by the Naknek sideline, and it intersects, it falls on the Naknek-Quebec southern line. So that would solve the problem as it exists now. And I also put in an RC that I'm in support of that language in RC 41. And I recommend that, or ask, could you please adopt that language? And it would save, if you have questions as to why this is a problem, I'm happy to answer, but I won't take your time. And I think I covered everything. I also included, I think this is RC 12, and it has my hacky homemade images of, it shows the difference between, these images are actual pictures of a plotter with this punched in, and yeah, this is RC 12, and it shows the existing Naknek waypoint, that it's off this southern boundary line. This is zoomed in very much. The above image is not zoomed in so much. It's the broad image. And it shows that difference. And that's what we're trying to eliminate. I think it's around, I know it's more than 300 feet. When I made my notes, I had my numbers off, but it's over 300 feet, and it really causes problems that I won't go into. So I think I'm ready for questions.
All right, thank you, Matt. Any board questions? Mr. Wood?
Yeah, reading your materials and listening to you reminds me of my college geometry professor trying to educate a Cajun boy on all the angles and whatnot, and he didn't do particularly well at it, or I didn't, I should say. What is it you're trying to address other than moving a line for moving's sake? Is there an issue out there as far as enforcement? Because staff has pointed out to us to consult with state trooper before we do anything, and that's in deliberations. If we get to that stage, I can't ask you. So I'm going to ask you right now, is there an enforcement problem with the way you're going about doing it as opposed to what it is currently?
I have the perfect personal story to address that. One day I was fishing at the line at Johnson Hill, and I had the correct line in. So the problem is, if on the morning tide, let's say, we're fishing in the Naknek-Quebec section, that line is...
Stay as close to the mic as you can.
That line is a little further over the line than the Naknek section line. So then the afternoon tide, we were fishing in the Naknek section line, okay? So the line is a little further back. I had changed you got to punch in and change your plotter to do this. If there's a difference between the Naknek-Quebec section and the Naknek section, you got to punch in and change your plotter, or you're going to be in the wrong spot. So I did that. I was in the right spot, and then I set, and the Fish and Game enforcement officer comes out and says, "You're a little far over the line." I go, "No, I'm not." And he says, "Yeah, you are, and I'm not going to argue with the fish cop." So he proceeds to write me a ticket, take me to the tender, seize my fish. They're, nice morning or afternoon for me now. So then, as I'm putting away, he catches up and he says, "I'm really sorry. We had the wrong coordinates punched in our plotter, and just throw the ticket away." So yes, it is an enforcement problem. And then to expand, if I may, into practical problems when you're fishing, that same scenario could work in the opposite direction. And a fisherman can forget to put it in, and they go and if it's a knack-neck section only opening, and they have the knack-neck queejack line in, and they set on the line that their plotter says, they're actually setting over the line. So then here comes the trooper, and he gives you a ticket, and you got nothing to say. And, you know, it wasn't intentional, but you're over the line. Another
Hey, Matt, I think,
I'll stop.
no, I'm over here.
Okay.
I think we got the gist. I think you've answered the question.
Okay.
I think just to move this conversation along, the substitute language that I submitted under my name on RC 41, which clarifies and simplifies this issue for the Department of Public Safety and fishermen, I think you have stated on the record that that satisfies your request with this proposal, and that RC 79 also demonstrates that. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, thank you. Any further questions from the board? Thank you, Matt.
Okay, so I'm going to pretend to sit down because I'm up next, or should I just stay here?
Just have a seat in the front row for now. Anybody else, would anybody else like to comment on this particular proposal?
Mr. Chairman, just for the record, he was referring to RC 89 at the beginning of his testimony on that.
Oh, 89, okay. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Randy Alvarez from Igiarik. Our AC, the Lake Iliamna AC, did not comment on this proposal, but I'm here speaking for myself. I fish down there once in a while where the southern boundary, the Johnson Hill line as it's called, and it needs to be cleaned up because there's two different lines. And it causes confusion because you're having to reset your GPS unless you have two GPS units on top where you don't need to do that. But this needs to be cleaned up, in my opinion, so I support it.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? Anyone else from the audience? Okay, seeing none, we will move on to proposal 56, please.
Proposal 56 would allow drift gillnet fishermen to make test sets under certain circumstances.
Get you. Would you like to provide some comment, Matt?
Yes, Matt Marinkovich here. Just give me a second to get my bearings straight. Okay. Regarding this proposal, I have completely, well, first off, draw your attention to RC 83. That is substitute language that I put in. I don't actually have a printed copy of that for myself, but I do have my testimony. I'm going to read this. And basically what I did was, wait a minute, let me get this straight. RC 83. This is test your net. Okay, or yeah. Oh, thank you. Yeah. So what I'm proposing is to completely throw out the idea of a test area. Just take that idea and throw it in the garbage can. This modification, this substitute language I'm proposing, has nothing to do with a test area. Okay, so this is what I'm going to read. Just, it'll keep me on focus, so just hang with me here. Okay, the test your boat proposal becomes transfer to nowhere up until emergency order proposal. This amendment will solve every aspect of the safety first intentions of Proposal 56 and will create a much safer fleet in Bristol Bay. While the intent of Proposal 56 remains unchanged, I realize my approach to this problem was all wrong. After conversations with Board of Fish members, enforcement, ADF&G biologists, I hereby amend my proposal to the following, and this is layman term regulation language. When a fisherman files their intent to transfer with ADF&G, so long as the transfer was initiated prior to the beginning of the emergency order period of the district from where the transfer was initiated, they cannot fish in any district for 48 hours. But at the time of transfer, they do not have to state to which district they are transferring. The transfer effectively deregisters them from any district effective after the 48-hour waiting period. In fishermen's terms, that means if you drop your card and start fishing early, then transfer before the emergency order begins, like 9 a.m. on July 23rd in the NACNIC section, you still have to wait the 48-hour periods before you can fish anywhere. But after that 48-hour waiting period, you get your blue card back in your hand, and you could drop it later, wherever you wish, just like you had never fished. You had fished, you had transferred, but you had transferred to nowhere, and now you have your card back in your hand. I'm going to do this again because this is confusing. Another way of saying the same thing. This proposal will allow fishermen to drop their card in any district and go fishing for as long as they wish, like always. If they choose to transfer out of that district before the emergency order begins in that district, they do not have to declare to which district they are transferring, but they do have to wait 48 hours before they can fish again. After this 48-hour waiting period, they can hold their registration card in their hand just as if they had never dropped their card in the first place. This proposal allows drift fishermen to drop their card in the early season and have real-time fishing experience for the skipper, crew, and their vessel. The very important shakedown trip will happen, and the fishermen can deregister themselves from the early season fishing trip they had and continue holding their card after the 48-hour waiting period. During the 48 hours or more, they'll have plenty of time to address the issues that came up during their shakedown fishing trip. The deadline for this transfer to nowhere option is tied to the start of the emergency order for each district because it is those dates which concern the area run managers in regard to how many boats are registered in each district, and that may affect the length of an emergency order opening being considered in that district. Around 10 years ago, during the 3-year trial of the open registration through June 25th period we had, it was referred to as the free week, fishermen could fish in and freely transfer between any districts they wished until 9 a.m. June 25th. After that, they had to drop their blue cards. That proved to be chaotic for run managers, but was very much appreciated by fishermen because they could shake down their boats, season their crews, all while holding their blue card until June 25th. This amendment to Proposal 56 eliminates that early season chaos, yet still allows fishermen to hold their blue card until June 25th while they can still fish their, do their test. So holding the card to the 25th is very significant. I've seen fishermen driving around during rather good fishing that I was fishing in, and they're hesitant to drop their card because they think there might be more fish in another district. It's for this same reason that many fishermen choose to forego an early season shakedown trip in order to hold their card up until this decision time, which is usually decided around June 25th or later. It's just when people do it.
Hey, Matt, over here.
Yeah.
We need to kind of speed things up a little bit here. I mean,
I'm done.
okay, as long as you present the RC numbers to the board, and I think you've demonstrated that I mean, we can read through this stuff, but let's try and stick to, let's see if maybe any board members have questions right now on what you've said so far.
Well, I have a question sort of procedurally. I know that it's changing the same regulation, but does this constitute like a new proposal essentially? If you were scrapping a whole test fishery idea and trying to supplant it with this, I'm curious from the department or legal perspective, if this is a new proposal. In which case, unless it's done through a BGP, I don't know that we can do this.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Aaron Peterson for the record. I was actually thinking that, and I'm trying to compare the RC to the original proposal, but I haven't yet, so I will. That occurred to me as well, though, so you're on the right track, that may be a problem.
Mr. Wood?
Yeah, and Matt, I don't want to catch you by surprise, but I have the same concern raised by the chair, and I have no intentions of going into a substitute when the proposer himself says it has nothing to do with test areas any longer, and that test area approach was incorrect in the first place. Perhaps you bring it up again next cycle, but it's just one of 6 of us, or 5. I don't know if John's involved in this one or not. Just so that you're aware of it, and you may want to go back to your initial proposal and try and refine it, but that's where I'm coming from, at least.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
Maybe to help the board on considering this question, Proposal 56 lists 5 AAC 06370 registration and re-registration in the original proposal. RC 83 would amend the language in 5 AAC 06370 registration and re-registration.
Thank you for that clarification. I think, Matt, what we're going to do is we'll ask anybody else in the audience if they have any comments, either on the original proposal or your substitute language. We'll let the Department of Law kind of think about this for a second. I think we just want to make sure we give everybody in the audience the ability to have a few words if they want to, but might come down to technical terms. So
Yep, I understand.
appreciate your comments and appreciate your effort for now.
I appreciate your listening.
Thank you. Does anybody else in the audience have any comments on Proposal 56 or the amended language? Yes, ma'am. And I think for now, if you could keep your comments directed at Proposal 56, which is what we're actually taking up right now.
That's why I
Okay.
wanted to come up.
Thank you.
And the new information I want to add is just simply and very briefly that I believe that the language that was added is the exact same, it's the exact same proposal. The only thing that's missing is a bunch of extra fluff. It's just shed all the complicated parts and remained exactly the same, which is safety first. And that's all I wanted to say. It's just, I believe it's the exact same thing. It's just coming in with too much fluff and then shedding it, but it's the exact same thing in my opinion. Just wanted to add that.
Thank you. Any questions? We'll get some clarity on that when we get into the deliberative part of the meeting, but appreciate everybody's comments. Is there anyone else? Yes, sir. And just to speed things along, if people are going to want to make comments on this proposal or future proposal, if you could move towards the front of the room, if you think you're going to make that comment, it might help speed things along.
Travis Ball, Newscat KC. Thank you, Mr. Chair, board members. I was here prior when we went through this whole transfer, as stated before, the blue card drop, the transfer, the problem with managers for different districts. And I just would like to point out that although this proposal in general terms is similar to address the problem that they're stating, and I think you guys understand this too, but I just wanted to get on record, this kind of seems like a pretty big jump to a whole bigger picture of boat movement within the bay and managers having the ability to know what kind of fleet is going to be in their district at the start of the season. So I just wanted to say that, and also with such a big change, it would be nice to have a little public comment on this across the board. And yeah, I guess that's where I'm at.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any board questions? Appreciate the comments. Anyone else? Proposal 56. All right, seeing none, let's move to Proposal 57, please.
Proposal 57 would repeal set and drift gillnet allocations in the Naknek-Quejack District.
Is the author of the proposal in the room? Please state your name.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Randolph Alvarez. I submitted this proposal because of the way the allocation was ending up by the middle of the season, and it was getting to be extremely unfair to the drift fleet and to the Naknek district set netters. In 2021, the allocation had, instead of the 84-16 split between the drift and the set netters, 8% to the Naknek district and 8% to the Quejack set netters, the allocation for the set net got to 47%. And what happened was, because that from that 47% harvest, that the Quejack River was having a difficulty to achieve the escapement past the counting tower. So it had taken till, I believe it was July 7th, before there was an opening or announcement for the drift fleet in the Quejack district. Well, the Naknek-Quejack drifters typically cannot fish in there until the department is assured of a minimum escapement of 2 million escapement up the Quejack River. So it slowed down the escapement so much that it pushed opening for a drift opening into the Quejack till, I think it was either July 7th or July 8th. But by doing this, it also effectively, it slowed down the escapement so much that there were some areas up in the lake that were having difficulties with subsistence and probably even sport fish. But I got a report here from one of the past board meetings. It was probably in the early 2000s, and it's written by Kathleen A. Jensen and Ole A. Matheson from 1983. And its the title is The Migratory Structure of the Quejack River Sockeye Salmon. And in this report, on the first page, and this was Kathleen and Ole were from the School of Fisheries of Science, University of Alaska, Juneau, Alaska, it says here. But on the first paragraph of this report, which is probably about 10 pages or so, it said the New Haven River Lake Clark complex had a greater proportion of early migrants than the Lake Iliamna Lake did of those early fish. And I've always been told by old-time fishermen that the Lake Clark typically has an early run and a late run out of the Lake Iliamna system. But by targeting fishing heavy in the Quejack early in the season, it essentially slowed the escapement down up into the Lake Clark quite a bit, up the New Haven River, which is the village of New Haven and Nundalton, and also the Lake Clark, Port Ellsworth people rely on those fish for subsistence. last year, the Queejack, I think it had 4.2 million, which is normal escapement up into the system. But the counting tower at New Halen River, up at the top of New Halen River, their escapement up into Lake Clark was only a little over 160,000. And this is probably less than half of what it normally is because of and this is attributed to heavy fishing at the beginning of the season in the Queejack when there's hardly anything going up. And then when they get started going, they're still impacting those fish pretty well, which resulted in a high allocation number for the Queejack set. So anyway, my proposal, I asked that either the department manage it to those numbers or to get rid of it. I don't necessarily want to get rid of allocation. Some people do, but that was not my intent. My intent was to have the department manage it to those numbers, or if they can't do it, then the board should eliminate it. So, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any board questions? Appreciate your testimony. Specifically to the allocation aspect of this, do you have comment? Please state your name.
My name is Billy Delaney, Queejack Set Netter, member of the Queejack Set Netters Association. I would like to refer the board to record comment 54 that has detailed tables going back to 2013 of the exact breakdown of the Queejack set, Naknek set, and drift allocation within the district, just so that everybody is working on accurate numbers, and I think management can verify that. From our perspective, the 8% allocation that's given to Queejack set and Naknek set are critical to protecting our ability to fish and harvest on slim years. Also, in the table that we submitted in record comment 54, it has vessel registration numbers. I think the last commenter is spot on in that the drift fleet winds up in the Naknek Queejack district in force late in the season. And when all of those nets are out, set netters have no opportunity to harvest. So on bigger years, it absolutely makes sense, the concern, but on slim years, it's the only thing that affords us opportunity to harvest. I think it's a valuable tool for managers. We would absolutely share concerns and want to make sure that escapement goals are being met for every watershed. I think that's something that can be managed for specifically with openers, but preserving the allocation is really critical to ensuring that set netters have the ability to harvest.
Thank you. Any board questions? Appreciate your comments. Yes, sir. The gentleman in the jacket, and then you can go after. State your name, please.
Everett Thompson from Naknek. You know, I have valid information on this a little bit. If they manage the Queejack set netters the way they do now, from 89 to 95, when I fished the Queejack as a set netter, I probably wouldn't have left. I had to stop as, you know, because it was a stock of concern. There's times when we fished in the set net, you know, in Half Moon Bay on the west side, where we wouldn't have our first opening till sometimes 4th of July. You know, we waited for that escapement to go up into the Queejack and before we had the ability to fish. The Queejack fishermen are grabbing and grabbing and grabbing the set netters, and they're really smart to do so, but it's kind of a grab. I would rather, we shot down this proposal just because we wanted to keep the allocation, but there's so many different variables that's going on in this picture. It's kind of an exclusive fishery, this Queejack set netting fishery. They don't have to worry about allocation. They don't have to worry about escapement. They get to fish the whole entire time like the Naknek. You know, in 95 when they shut down the Queejack, you know, for good, you know, I had to find a new place to fish, you know. So I went to Igigik and found, you know, some random, you know, no good place to fish and try to make a living at. So I just wanted to bring that up because I think it's valuable information. I'm not trying to take any, food off anybody's table, but I think the way it was managed, and before was a little bit more accurate what it was intended to do. If people can't fish and set net and make a living, they're not, guaranteed time and this resource, if they can't do it set netting, then they could do it drifting, that's what I had to do. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any board questions? Appreciate your comments. Yes, sir. State your name, please.
Hey, good morning. John Salmon, Igiagik. I just wanted to bring up the schedule from last year. The first EO said fishing periods will be based on sockeye salmon escapements, abundance in the district, and gear group harvest percentages. Part of gear group harvest percentages involves closures. On 6/24, the EO extended fishing for both set and drift. 6/23 would have been the first day the counting tower started in Igiagik. Set nets continued to be extended all the way until 7/9, when it says set nets in the Naknek-Kvichak district is extended until further notice. This is important because that includes continual fishing through several drops in the escapement, which includes a decline on 6/26 and 6/27 when there was 4,200 sockeye bass past the Kvichak Tower. That also includes 0 subsistence fish caught for my family. And then another decline on 6/30 and on 7/1 when there was another day with less than 5,000 sockeye past the tower, including a drop from 150 in-river estimate to 30,000.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? Ms. Carlson Van Dort.
So just tracking here, John, and thank you for being here. I appreciate your comments. So the issue, I think, is, from your perspective, is that because of the timing of the openers, and that the subsistence opportunity is being compromised upriver?
Yes, so the 100% fishing on set nets compromised upriver subsistence fisheries.
Okay. And how is that tied to the allocation?
Because part of allocation includes closures, and if you considered being open 24 hours every day, you call that 100%. And allocation would have shut down portions of their set net fishery.
Okay, thank you.
Any other board questions? Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Travis Ball, Nushkak, AC. I know the board in the past, we worked really hard on allocation numbers, and it was a big issue back in the day, and we've kind of accomplished that. I'd like to remind the board, for those that are new and haven't been on the board, those numbers were set up with baseline numbers of average boats in a district, and predominantly that's a huge fluctuation in boats. You can go from 200 boats to 900 boats in the Nushkak. I think ours was, our boat allocation was figured in the 500 range when it was done. The boats have I just want you to understand, the boat fleet has a big opportunity to move around the bay, so allocations was set on historical fishing effort into each district. Now, allocation does not trump biological escapement and management of that escapement. So I think what you're seeing, from what I'm hearing, is lack of effort on the drift side. So I just want you to be aware of that, of what's going on. Us in the Nushkak district, we're historically a 500 boat district. Right now, or last several years with these records run, we've got 900 boats and over almost 300 D permits in our district. As a set netter, I have not reached allocation in 10 years, but I'm not complaining about it because the management has to manage for escapement. So they can't manage for allocation. Allocation is something that they shoot for, but they can't trump biology to give us our allocation, and I get that, and I hope other people can kind of get that. But there's a huge effort. When all the boats are in the Nushgak, there's not very many in Naknek. There's not very many in Igigik until later in the season. So how does a manager try to manage an allocation when he doesn't have the effort to stop the fish that are going up the river? So anyway, I just wanted to point that out. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Appreciate your comments.
Thank you.
Try and stick to new information that we haven't heard, please. Come on forward. State your name.
Thank you very much. My name is Shayan Rohani. I'm a Queejack set netter. Allocation is very important to us, and it does provide us opportunity. I also hear from the drift fleet that the issue that they're having is management. It's not allocation. And I think that Travis has done a really good job in managing a changing run. Returns have been increasing in the Queejack, and so at the same time, we've been having these large returns to the Nushagak. That's drawing the drift fleet over to the Nushagak, and therefore there isn't as much effort in the Queejack, which has allowed a little bit more catch to happen in the set net fleet. If you refer again to our RC 57, then you can see some of those numbers. There's a direct correlation between the amount of effort boats in the Naknek Queejack to the amount of allocation that is happening in the district. And it is not that far off the goals. So I believe that we have opportunity to continue to shift as these runs change in our management and hold these management tools in our back pocket for future runs that we can't see right now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions? Appreciate your comments. Yes, sir.
Randy Alvarez, I proposed this proposal. One comment I didn't mention was there's been comment that there's not very many boats in the Naknek Queejack district anymore. Well, earlier this fall, there was the Naknek Queejack Advisory Committee was having a meeting, so I went down and attended their meeting. Naknek is 50 miles away from Igiyagig. So I'm from Naknek, so I have a place there still. So I went down and I attended their meeting, and our Naknek Queejack biologist was online at the meeting, and we were discussing this proposal. And it came up that he said, well, there's not very many boats left in the Naknek drift boats or drifters in the Naknek Queejack district. So, and I said, well, that's mainly because over the last few years, because of the way it's been managed, that the drifter, and it's been taking longer and longer for the drift fleet to get into the Queejack district. In 2021, I think it was July 7th or the 8th, but previously, 10 to 15 years ago, we used to be fishing over the Queejack around the beginning of July. But because of the way management changed, it was taking longer and longer. So the boats, a lot of boats that normally would fish in the Naknek Queejack were going elsewhere because they knew they didn't want to wait until the middle or the 7th of July to fish in the Queejack. They knew they could come back if they just transferred and waited 2 days. So that's what had happened. That's why the boat count had dropped so low from what it used to be.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? Okay, I don't see any other hands. All right, appreciate everybody's comments. Let's move to proposal 58, please.
Proposal 58 would provide increased commercial fishing opportunity in the Naknek River Special Harvest Area.
Thank you. Is the author of the proposal in the room?
Matt Marinkovich. This proposal was prompted after a couple consecutive years of having a strong fleet fishing earnestly throughout the Naknek section, yet still large numbers of fish would mysteriously swim past the nets and appear in the Naknek River where fishermen are not allowed to fish. At that point, they shoot up the river with the flood tide and get counted as escapement. In one instance, 1 million fish pushed up the river on one tide. This proposal allows the Naknek Run Manager to open the Naknek River Special Harvest Area when the Naknek River escapement exceeds the midpoint of the escapement goal range and is projected to exceed the upper end of the escapement goal range. Fishing will run concurrently with fishing in the Naknek Kwijak sections. Fishing would stop an hour before high water, and fishermen would have to sell their catch before they can resume fishing in the regular district. This is a tool in the Run Manager's toolbox, and it will only be used when needed. It's 100% at the option of the Run Manager. There is no trigger point, nor are there mandated obligatory rules forcing the opening of the Naknek River Special Harvest Area. It will only be used when completely beneficial to the resource. If there's an opportunity to catch a large volume of fish that would otherwise go up the Naknek River, why wouldn't it be a good idea to have a tool such as this? Set netters are included in this scenario, and they'll be allocated according to how the manager's discretion. I've heard many comments during public testimony stating Bristol Bay is a terminal area fishery, and I could see no greater example of a terminal area than to fish in the Naknek River. This shouldn't conflict with shipping in the river, adding congestion because the nets are off the river before the high water, and also before the boats can rejoin the outer district and keep fishing, they need to sell those fish, so those fish will be counted. It'll be a good database of how many fish are being caught in that fishery. This also opens up a fishing area, so it will alleviate congestion in the outer districts, the Naknek Kwijak section, because those fishermen would come in to fish that and thereby allow more space for the other fishermen around them. And that's all I got.
Thank you. Mr. Wood, then Mr. Heimbach.
Thank you. I just want to make sure I'm reading your language correctly because it's somewhat unique. For this to become available to CO Authority, they've got to meet two triggers. One, an actual exceeding of the midpoint, and secondarily, a projection to exceed the upper end. Am I reading that correctly?
That's correct.
So if they actually meet the midpoint, and there's no projection on the upper end, this would not come into effect?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
correct.
I like it. I just want to make sure I was reading it correctly.
Yep.
Thank you.
Mr. Heimbach.
Thank you. What I don't understand completely, and maybe this is a department question, but having to do with allocation in the Naknek section, could a situation arise where there was a surplus of fish within the river, but because of the allocation criteria, we were forced to only open set netting? Wouldn't that leave a window there for continued over-escapement that this proposal is actually trying to address, or am I missing something there?
Oh, is that directed to me or?
Anyone who can tell me the answer.
Through the chair, Mr. Heimbach, the proposal does not address allocation for, this new addition to the existing NERSA management plan, as that would be a board decision. If the board adopted the proposal as written, it would default, I believe, to what is in the allocation plan. So the NERSA is not tied to the 8416 of the Naknek River, the Naknek Kwijak Management and Allocation Plan. The NERSA is a separate plan, and in that plan, it tells us to fish in the NERSA with a seasonal ratio of 3 drift periods to 1 set gill net period. And you might look at the Wood River Special Harvest Area has some allocation language that you might want to consider.
So if I understand correctly, the allocation criteria does not apply for the NERSHA at all. It's just a staggered 3 and 1, as it says in there. So the equation postseason or during season doesn't have anything to do with the allocation.
Correct. So when we're calculating our allocation through the allocation period, we do not include harvest from the NERSHA.
Any more board questions? Thank you very much, Matt. Would anyone else like to speak? Yes, sir. Let's see, we'll go, you can go, let's see, we'll go with you first and then the gentleman in the front row.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nushkak Board, Travis Ball. I would just like to caution the board when looking at fishing in these special harvest districts at this time. I know they're there for conservation attempts, and not that I agree with them, but I know they serve a tool. But we have a lot of issues with king salmon species right now, and when you fish in a river, you are pretty much on the bottom of that river. So, and there's a lot of bycatch. You're out in the bay, you can, fish can get around you, fish can get through as stated. You get in the river and you pretty much put up a big wall and you're gonna shut down a lot of stuff. I know in the Wood River in the past, we fished in there, and in the inception of our Wood River fishery, we had a 15,000 king run going back to the McClung. Within 3 years, it was down to 2,400, I believe. And we were fishing in there pretty heavy. And the saddest part of that thing was, as a set netter in there, I wasn't even catching those king salmon, I was drowning them. And they would roll in my bag as I would pull my net over the side of that boat. And unless I was half out of the boat reaching down in the bag that king was rolling in, it would just fall out of my net and go down the river. Never see it again. So there's a lot of consequences of being in a special harvest area. And you're getting into pristine water. We got diesel slicks going down from bilge pumps, and it's not a good thing for the environment, in my opinion. And I know, like I said, it serves a purpose at times, but I just caution the board when we seek to extend and create fisheries in areas that were not traditional fishery areas. Thank you.
Thank you. Any board questions? Appreciate your comments. Do you have a comment, sir? Come on forward.
Yes, board members, Madam Chair, Joe Clutch. I've watched this fishery, that in-river fishery, since its inception. It's extremely difficult to watch. The congestion, the combat fishing, people driving all over each other's nets. And I concur with this gentleman just said, it's brutal on the kings. There's no way through that mess. It's hard to watch. It'll make the Channel 2 news, but I urge you not to reopen that in-river fishery. They can get out there in that open water and fish fair. They don't need to get in and do what they're doing. I'm telling you, it's a bad deal. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? You have new information, Matt?
Matt Marinkovich, I'd like to speak to that point you just mentioned. So since this would be the fishing opportunity in the Naknek Special Harvest Area would occur concurrently with the outside district, you're not having the entire fleet move in there. And you'd only have a few boats come in. And it would only happen basically when there's, if there existed a day when 1 million fish went up the river that happened while fishing was happening outside in the Naknek section, okay, if that's when it opens, there's going to be a volume of fish in there. And so you'll have some boats come in, because if there's that many fish around, not everybody's going to come in. They're going to still be fishing outside. Some boats will come in. Those boats will catch a very high volume of fish per unit of effort. And that is optimum harvesting time, especially if you're dealing with a weak stock concern, like a king salmon. So you take whatever number you imagine of kings that might be caught in that particular opening and consider the volume of sockeye that would caught in that particular in-river opening, then that's a good time to apply the time and area management of gillnet. Secondly, speaking of the pristine nature of a special harvest area, this area runs from the telegraph line, which is upriver of Leader Creek, by about a mile, and then down to the mouth of the Anchorage River to where the Elders set net site is in the mouth of the river. That is the industrial powerhouse of Bristol Bay. There's many canneries or fish plants in there. They're chewing up fish guts. There's tenders coming in and out. There's tugboats, barges, and it's a very clean environment, but having a few extra drift netters come in and fish for 2 to 4 hours is not going to impact the environment of that situation.
Thank you. Any questions? Any new information on this proposal? Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'd like to add a little information. My name's Tom Rollman, Nushagak Set Netter. I actually authored the proposal that allows a similar situation to happen in the Wood River. I believe it was in 2010 when that was adopted by the board. And the intent was to allow basically fish that had swam past the district and were up in the river or past a harvest area during a surplus to be able to be harvested. And the way we set it up was the gear type that was behind on allocation at that time was then allowed to go up in the river. So in our case, it's been set netters most years. There was 1 or 2 years, I believe, when the drift fleet was allowed to go up in the river. But it's worked well in the Nushagak, I believe, because it's taken nets out of the water in the general district and allowed other fishermen, set netters, drifters alike, basically to have more room. So it's taken nets out and moved them up there. There was a day, I believe might have been in 2018, where 1 million fish escaped up the Wood River while we were fishing in the river. So the idea that we're blocking the river off, we weren't even there. They were going up regardless. And as to kings, at least in the Wood, and I know there is a concern about the McClung, we caught very few, if any, kings. I mean, they're running deeper or whatever, so we weren't catching them. But just to add some information about this, I'm not saying that I necessarily support this proposal. I'm not involved in it, don't fish there, but just wanted to add information about the Wood River Special Harvest Area.
Thank you, sir. Board questions? Okay. Yes, ma'am. New information, please.
Yes, new information. I have fished the Naknek River for kings in a sport fishing effort through every single opening of the Naknek Special Harvest Area, and without exception, every single time, we went from catching kings for people to pretty much no kings again until that harvest area opened up. It pretty much, because of the severe tidal influence down there at the mouth, it does block off the entire river as low tide comes on. And the kings were definitely affected, and it has an incredibly strong influence on them.
Thank you. Any questions? Appreciate your comments. Okay, I think we're going to move on to Proposal 59.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. Proposal 59, repeal provisions directing the department to avoid continuous fishing with set gill net gear in the Igigik district.
Thank you. Is the author of this proposal in the audience? Would anyone like to comment on Proposal 59? Yes, sir.
Hi, my name's Kim Rice, Lower Bristol Bay AC. this proposal is, what we've got is a inside-outside fishery, which kind of breaks at Coffee Point, goes one way for 7 miles, and then inside the river. So we found that during continuous fishing, the river gets blocked off. The next pulse of fish can get mopped up out in the front. So 20 years ago, this proposal was put on to direct the department to give us a break. So this person put this proposal in. When we have the breaks, it might be a 4-hour opener. And that's to let a small amount of fish into the river. It usually takes 1 to 2 tides to push in a good bunch, but on a big year, it doesn't. So the people out front have to take their gear out and put it back in 4 hours. Same as the people in the river. The department does what's needed. This doesn't tell them that they have to do this. It just recommends that we get a break to get some fish in to share the harvest. It's strictly a set net, you might say somewhat allocation between the gear. It allows the people in the river to have a chance on some fish because in the past it has cleaned it out so much that escapement up the river was 0. That doesn't often happen, but it happened a few times because we overfished that policy of too many times. I won't go into any more stories. This is on the books for 20 years, and we'd like to remain there. The department is doing, in my opinion, a very excellent job, and our AC was not for this at all. Status quo, and we're all good. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Heimbach.
Thank you for your testimony. Correct me if I'm wrong, but when this went into effect 20-some years ago, wasn't the contentiousness is because the upriver fisheries the upriver set netters were not getting any kind of buildup into the river that would allow them to compete with the outside set netters at Coffee Point. As I recall from Bartlett's up there at the river, there was a lot of complaints. There was no fish.
Correct.
Correct.
Yeah, that's correct. It was because of those circumstances that we put this in, and it works out well. Last year, we fished differently. We fished the flood, and they fished this, I think, 17-hour or 20-hour opener, where the second tide, we didn't pull our gear. Most of the people that fish in the river don't fish the ebb because the current's so high. So we really depend on that push of fish. And this gives us some opportunity with the department's 17 to 20-hour openers. It worked because there was a ton of fish everywhere. Everybody was happy, but on a small year, that second tide could get sucked up out in front of Coffee Point. Thank you.
If I could follow up.
Yes, go ahead.
Is there any reason to believe that since the department supports this proposal, that they would actually change the management regime so we'd have the problems that we did 25 years ago?
I don't think the department needs any direction. They do whatever they feel is best for the fish, and we follow. You may not like having to wake up and go pull your gear, but that's basically what this is you got people who'd want to leave their gear out on the front beach, and I can understand that. You get a couple more hours sleep, they leave it there, but the folks in the river rely on it.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate the comments.
Thank you.
Any other board questions? Thank you. Anyone else like to make comment, new information on this proposal? Okay, seeing none, let's move to proposal 60, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 60, Align the Agashik District fall fishing schedule with the Naknek Kvichak District and Igigik District fall fishing schedules.
Thank you. Is the author of this proposal in the room? Would anyone like to comment on this proposal? Seeing none, we'll move on to Proposal 61.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. For the record, Tim Sands. Proposal 61, require reporting of king salmon harvest by size class on fish tickets.
Thank you. Is the author of this proposal in the room?
Yeah, thank you. Nicholas Dowie for the record. In a PC, I have withdrawn support for this proposal as well as the other co-author. I just wanted to go ahead and state that for the record.
Do you know the PC number?
You know what, I didn't look at it, I'm sorry.
Okay, we can find it. Thank you.
right.
Appreciate you saying that, though. Any questions? Is there anyone else that would like to comment on 61? Okay, seeing none, let's move on to Proposal 62, please.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, for the record, my name is Philip Stacy. Proposal 62 would allow all commercial gear types to fish for herring simultaneously in Bristol Bay.
Thank you. Is the author in the room? Come forward, Mr. Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd just like to draw a contrast comparison between when the original regulation was instituted 30-odd years ago, when there was hundreds of boats fishing. Openings were extremely short and extremely competitive compared to now, when there's a very small fleet fishing, very relaxed fishing, very methodical, really focused on quality. Standard procedure is the fishery opens as soon as the threshold is documented on the grounds, and then remains open until either the processors achieve their desired herring pack or the marketable fish are no longer available. I'd also like to note that the gillnet and the seine have their own separate quotas. So if this proposal was enacted, it would only provide additional area opportunity for both gear groups.
Thank you. Any board questions? Mr. Jensen.
Yeah, thank you for your testimony, Rob. So, there's so few boats. Is there less than 20 boats total fishing that fishery anymore?
There is, yeah, there's less than 20 boats. Yep.
And there's no opportunity for gear conflicts. That's the reason it was put in originally, I
Yeah,
think.
no, I mean, everybody's, like I said, it's really relaxed up there. I mean, it kind of goes both ways when we see there's, fish up in the area that the gillnetters are in. We'd like to be able to go over and, take a look at those, and conversely, on the other side of it, a lot of times our pilots will fly over and they'll be, gillnetters will be twiddling their thumbs over there. The fish have largely moved out of that area and are around the corner, and, so we're kind of like, well, geez, they should just be able to come over here and stick with the fish and keep fishing. It's a very low-key, low-key fishery up there right now.
Thank you, Rob.
Any other board questions? Thanks, Rob. Any other comments from anyone in the audience? Proposal 62. Madam Chair, I believe we've completed Committee 3, and I will turn the gavel back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Carpenter. Well done on Committee of the Whole, Group 3. Appreciate your work. Thank you for all the comments. Okay, so I know that there's some substitute language that is circulating. I know that there's a little bit more that needs to be developed. I don't want to start deliberations and then get into a lunch break. So what I'm proposing is that we come back on the record at 1 p.m. And begin deliberations. So if there are substitute language to be worked, to have conversations about it, now is the time to do it, and also to grab a bite to eat before we come back on the record and begin deliberations. So on Group 2. That's right, we'll start on Group 2, and once deliberations on Group 2 are complete, we'll begin Group 3. All right, 1 p.m. All right, good afternoon, everyone. We're back on the record. The time is 1:50. It is December 2nd, and the board is going to move into deliberations. Just a reminder that now that we're in the deliberative stage of the meeting, the RC limit has been reduced from 10 to 5 pages, so hopefully you guys have got your whack in, as my grandpa would say. All right, so let's go ahead and begin with Committee of the Whole Group 2. As was noted earlier, we are postponing action on Committee of the Whole Group 1 proposals till March statewide. So, beginning with Committee of the Whole Group 2, first proposal before us is proposal number 14.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Travis Ellison for the record. Proposal 14, 5 AAC 01.320, lawful gear and gear specifications.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Staff comments, please.
In special harvest areas of Bristol Bay, the use of gill nets for subsistence fishing would be restricted to set gill nets only. Currently, within the boundaries of any district, including special harvest areas, salmon may be taken by only drift or set gill net. This proposal would not affect current fishery management or fishing practices. In 2018, the board clarified the definition of a district to include special harvest areas. This unintentionally opened the Naknek, Alagnak, and Wood River special harvest areas to subsistence fishing for salmon with drift gill net gear. These areas had previously been restricted to subsistence fishing for salmon with set gill nets only. The department submitted and supports this proposal to address an unintended regulatory change that inadvertently changed gear specifications and operations. Madam Chair.
Board discussion. Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to be supporting this. This looks more like a housekeeping-like proposal and clarification, so I'll definitely be supporting it. And in the subsistence regulation review, are these stocks in a non-subsistence area? And the answer is no. Are these stocks customarily and traditionally taken or used for subsistence? Yes. Can a portion of these stocks be harvested consistently with sustained yield? Yes. And what amounts are reasonably necessary for subsistence use? The board has established 157,000 to 171 salmon, including 55,000 to 65,000 Queejack River drainage sockeye salmon, and 250,000 usable pounds of finfish other than salmon. And I think at this time, and I haven't heard anything otherwise, that these amounts are doing their job and are reasonable for the area. Do the regulation provide a reasonable opportunity for subsistence users? And I think with the previous comment that it is. So I'll be supporting this, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Couple questions. Maybe this is to Ms. Olson. Did you notice in your harvest or your survey data that there was a significant bump in subsistence harvests in these areas that could have or may have been attributable to the ability to harvest with drift gill net gear?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We do have information on gear types, and some people do harvest salmon with drift gear. However, not in this area. Should all be set net, Madam Chair, and also the data from 2021 are still preliminary.
Yeah, I was just noticing that this is fairly recent, and I'm assuming that the traditional harvest methods for subsistence in these areas were, set nets for many years, and so I think that that maintains a reasonable opportunity. Mr. Wood.
I'd also point out that we did not receive any public testimony from anybody that might have been using drift net as a means of harvest, so I assume that either they're in support of or there's no one out there doing it.
Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On-time public comments, all the respondents were in favor of this proposal. As There was no comments in committee of the whole public testimony that I could find. Madam Chair.
Thanks. And also just note in the on-time public comments that there were several ACs, Anchorage, Naknek, Queejack, Nushagak ACs, that weighed in support as well. Mr.
Question.
Jensen.
Oh, if this proposal were to be adopted, I don't believe it would result in the additional direct cost for the private person to participate nor the department to manage, and I'll call the question.
Question has been called. Director Nelson, please call. Oops, I'm sorry, errors and omissions. Thank you. Errors and omissions, Director Raybong.
No, Madam Chair.
Mr. Peterson.
No, Madam Chair.
Captain Frenzel.
No, Madam Chair.
Now, Director Nelson, will you please call the roll?
Final action on Proposal 14. Wood.
Yes.
Heimbach.
Yes.
Mitchell.
Yes.
Jensen.
Yes.
Carlson Van Dort.
Yes.
Carpenter.
Yes.
Madam Chair, motion carries 6-0.
Proposal number 15.
For the record, Aaron Tiernan, Proposal 15, 5 AAC 01320, lawful gear and gear specifications.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Staff comments, please.
This would allow the use of fish wheels in Ugashik Bay, Ugashik River, and Dago Creek within the subsistence fishery. Currently, salmon may be harvested for subsistence purposes in Bristol Bay with the required permit. There are no bag and possession or seasonal limits in the subsistence salmon fishery. Within any district, salmon may be taken only by drift and set gill nets. Outside of the boundaries of any district, salmon may only be taken by set gill net. No additional gear specifications exist in Ugashik Bay, Ugashik River, and Dago Creek. Currently, the fish wheel is not a legal subsistence fishing gear type in the Bristol Bay area. If adopted, this could allow the user to moderate their subsistence catch in times of high salmon abundance and allow for the release of non-target species. Additionally, this could increase the quality of fish put away for subsistence uses depending on design and operation of the fish wheel. Between 1985 and 2021, average subsistence salmon harvest in the Ugashik District was approximately 1,600 fish, with the majority of those being sockeye salmon. The department supports this proposal because it provides additional subsistence opportunity in a situation where the department does not foresee any negative biological or management impacts to the fishery. Madam Chair.
Thank you. Board discussion. Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've thought quite a bit about this one. Some of the information that the department provided under additional information was the customary and traditional use worksheet 2-1 that was included in the additional report section. I reviewed this, and criteria 3 states specifically for this region that when this report was formed, that salmon has traditionally been taken by set gill nets. Other methods that were included were beach seining spears, and in Togiak District, some use of drift gill nets. Salmon also been taken as home pack from the commercial fishery as well as rod and reel. There's no mention in this worksheet of the use of fish wheels in this particular area. I won't get into too much of my thoughts on this, but I think that one of the options that I think the board does have is to, and it would be my suggestion, would the proponent work with the department and utilize an educational permit to not only involve the people in the villages, especially the youth, to erect a fish wheel, because of the untraditional nature of this type of gear being utilized. And I think it's going to be a really new thing, and I think the educational permit, which is utilized in many other areas around the state, I think is maybe a short-term look at if this will be functional in their area the way they want it. Some of the other concerns I have is, in regards to fish wheels specifically, is that there's freshwater species, non-salmon species, that there may be some biological concern that the department may have. I think that closely attended fish wheels probably would be something that would be had to be considered in a significant way, because the volume of fish that move through some of these systems in Bristol Bay could be quite overwhelming. I'm a very ardent supporter of subsistence, and personally I think that instead of putting something like this into regulation, that might be the best step forward in the short term. Thank you.
Additional board discussion. Ms. Mitchell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just echo Board Member Carpenter's comments on this. And it sounds to me that the interest of the proposer on this was to kind of have an educational opportunity to work with the youth and utilize a fish wheel. And I'm in agreement that we maybe don't need to pass this in regulation, but I would encourage the board to work with the proposer on trying to create an educational permit for this.
Additional board discussion. Question for the department. Is there concern, or have you heard concern, or could there be issues with gear conflicts and fish wheels in the river? It sounds, I mean, we've heard a lot of testimony over the last couple days about, gear conflict and navigational issues and how far your net may or may not stretch across the Ugashic River. I'm just curious if there's any concern about conflicts with commercial operations.
Yeah, Madam Chair. I have not heard any specific concerns, but I could foresee potential if that fish wheel is being operated within the boundaries of the commercial district and there are periods occurring.
And this proposal would allow for that?
Yes.
Any additional board discussion? Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm sort of going the way that Member Carpenter and Mitchell are going. I think they could apply for a commissioner's permit or educational permit and try it out and see how it works instead of putting in regulation. And I think it's probably would be better spent if that happened. So I'm still listening for other board members' comments, Madam Chair.
Thanks. I'll just offer up another, I guess, my thoughts on this, at least initially, is, and I think I'm sort of inclined to support this because, while it may not be something that's been used and documented, use, I don't know. But, I do support kind of the, some of the benefits of fish wheels where you can be a little bit more selective. Fish aren't getting quite as beat up, and perhaps a set net, things like that. It could improve the quality of the subsistence harvest. So I'm inclined to support it. There is a subsistence priority in law, and, if there are conflicts with commercial gear, then I guess that'll be a conversation for another day, I suppose. But I think that this represents, the priority that exists, and I'm rather inclined to support it. Mr. Wood?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Likewise, but I'd just like to point out, just because this specific gear type wasn't part of the initial discussion when the ENS was put in place, doesn't in any manner prohibit us from adding it at this point as an additional gear. And I, like the chair, believe it should be included, and we'll be voting yes.
Any other board discussion? Mr. Jensen?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll reference on-time public comments. There was three in opposition and 7 or 8 in support of this, although there was no comments during the committee of the whole on this, and I don't see any comments from the proposer, any written comments from the proposer on any of my information I have in front of me. So I'll leave it at that, Madam Chair. Yeah, I'll reference my past comments on subsistence for this area.
Thank you. Mr. Jensen?
Thank you, Madam Chair. If this proposal were to be adopted, it may result in additional direct costs for the private person to participate, to build a fish wheel and get into that fishery. And I'll call the question.
Thank you. Arizona Missions Director Rabong.
No, Madam Chair.
Director Olson.
No, Madam Chair.
Mr. Peterson.
No, Madam Chair.
Captain Frenzel.
No, Madam Chair.
Director Netzlin, please call the roll.
Final action on Proposal 55. Proposal 15. Wood.
Yes.
Carlson Van Dort.
Yes.
Mitchell.
No.
Heimbach.
Yes.
Carpenter.
No.
Jensen.
No.
Madam Chair, motion fails 3-3.
Proposal
Madam
number.
Chairman, may I just address an issue with that 3-3 vote?
Mr. Wood.
And those of you who are at the last meeting last year, we had the same situation where we were down to a 6-member body because of a vacancy. And then we had a member conflict out, thereby making it a 5-vote situation. And I raised the issue at that time is if any of the votes fail because we don't have a full body, that somebody on the prevailing side perhaps could give a motion of reconsideration and put it on to, for instance, the statewide meeting where they'll hopefully have a 7-member board by then. And I would ask anybody, if they're so inclined, to feel comfortable doing so, and I would support that effort.
Thank you, Mr. Wood. All right. Proposal number 16. Mr. Heimbach.
Would it be proper for me to make a motion for reconsideration to be taken up at the spring meeting at this point?
Let's take a break to discuss that. I'd like to talk about it with legal, please. All right. So the board has a policy with respect to reconsideration votes. The reconsideration policy states that any member of the prevailing vote can serve notice of reconsideration within 24 hours of the vote. We could still do that at this time. However, the conundrum that Mr. Wood presented would still exist, and that there's 6 members 24 hours from now. So in doing so, and making a motion to push everything off would require completely disregarding the policy of the Board of Fisheries at this point. And I think the consequences could be considerable in that you're basically opening up mini meetings for different times that are scheduled to be dealt with at notice meetings in cycle at the time. So, and I don't know if Peterson would like to expand on that. I might not be articulating that very well.
Sure, Madam Chair. I would just add that pursuant to the Board of Fisheries policy, only a board member who voted on the prevailing
Operated many times with less than 7 members. Times we're down to 5. It does make it incredibly difficult. I don't disagree with, Member Wood's frustrations about the consequences of not having a full 7-member board. It's frustrating, and I can imagine it's frustrating from the board perspective and also from the public's perspective, but we do have a policy. Any additional board discussion?
I respect the decision of the chair, and hopefully that message will resonate up the chain of command to those people that are authorized to make such appointments.
Absolutely. One of the things that I mentioned during our work session was that I was very grateful and very encouraged and happy to have a full complement of members on this board and working, and I'm disappointed that we don't have now, and hopefully we'll have 7 members soon. All right. Thank you, Mr. Wood. I believe we're on to proposal number 16. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, for the record, my name is Bronwyn Jones. Proposal 16, 5 AAC 01330, subsistence fishing permits.
Move to adopt. Second.
Staff comments, please.
This proposal would repeal the requirement that subsistence salmon fishing permits for the Naknek River drainage may only be obtained at the King Salmon ADF&G office. The current regulations require subsistence salmon fishing permits for the Naknek River drainage to be obtained through the ADF&G office in King Salmon. If adopted, this proposal will provide additional options to obtain subsistence permits for the Naknek River drainage. Under state regulations, all Alaska state residents are eligible to participate in subsistence salmon fishing. Permits are required to harvest salmon for subsistence purposes, and there is no seasonal or annual limit for salmon in Bristol Bay. Beginning in the late 1970s, a substantial increase in the number of people who obtained subsistence salmon permits for the Naknek River drainage occurred. As a result of local concerns about this, in December 1980, the board adopted new regulations that required that subsistence salmon fishing permits for the Naknek River drainage be issued only to persons living in the Naknek and Kvichak River drainages, and Naknek River drainage's subsistence salmon permits were only to be issued through the department's King Salmon office. The stated reason for the latter part of the regulation was so that the ADF&G staff could scan applicants for the residency requirements. As a result of the Alaska Supreme Court ruling McDowell versus the state of Alaska, from 1990 through today, the state subsistence fishery is open to all Alaska residents. However, the provision that subsistence permits for the Naknek River drainage must be obtained from the ADF&G office in King Salmon remained in regulation. The department submitted and supports this proposal. If adopted, subsistence fishers will no longer be required to travel at their own expense to the King Salmon office, which may be closed after hours or on weekends. As a result, this change may make acquisition and use of permits easier for subsistence fishers. The department has no conservation concerns with allowing the permit for the Naknek River subsistence fishery to be issued in other communities as well as online. Managers have emergency order time and area authority and other tools to address any escapement concerns. Residency requirements will be vetted by the department in the same way they are for the other subsistence permits in Bristol Bay, by a statement on the permit that the applicant swears to via signature. Thank you.
Thank you. Board discussion. Ms. Mitchell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to note that there's some departmental law comments on this, and I don't know if the board has the authority to do something like this to begin with, and maybe Aaron can speak to that on the record.
Through the chair, Member Mitchell, we're talking about proposal 16 here, right? So I think my first comment is on proposal 17.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm referencing your comments for that next proposal.
Board discussion on proposal number 16. Mr. Jensen.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be voting in support of this. It's a housekeeping-like proposal, and it makes it easier for the public to access the people that are permitted to access these fish, easier access to it, not having to go to king salmon and do it in person, so. And I'd like to note that there was, in the on-time public comments, everybody was in support of it. And there was no comments during the committee of the whole, so I think this will be a good change, and I'll be in support of it. And if this were to be adopted, I don't think it would result in any additional cost, direct cost for the private person to participate, nor the department to manage, so I'll be supporting it, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen. I too will be supporting it. It seems that this existing reg is a bit of an artifact pre-McDowell, and I'm encouraging and supportive of any way to ease the access to subsistence fishing, especially for those folks who are trying to do it the right way and obtain the permit and follow the rules. So I'm fully supportive. Any additional board discussion?
Question, Madam Chair.
Question has been called. Errors and omissions. Director Rabung?
No, Madam Chair.
Director Olson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I didn't quite hear the subsistence regulations referenced, or maybe I just missed it. Thank you.
There was no reference to the subsistence regulations in the department comments. I think we can run.
I didn't see where
We can quickly run through them, though. Are these stocks in a non-subsistence area? No. Are these stocks customarily and traditionally used or taken for subsistence? Yes. Can a portion of the stocks be harvested consistent with sustained yield? Yes. And what amounts are reasonably necessary for subsistence uses? I think that's been established and they're being met. And then do the regulations provide for a reasonable opportunity for subsistence uses? They do, and in fact, this would make it easier for access. Thank you. Question has been called. We've done errors and omissions. Errors and omissions. Mr. Peterson?
No, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Captain Frenzel?
No, Madam Chair.
Director Nelson, please call the roll.
Final action on Proposal 16. Carpenter.
Yes.
Heimbach.
Yes.
Carlson Van Dorp.
Yes.
Jensen.
Yes.
Mitchell.
Yes.
Wood.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-0, Madam Chair.
Proposal number 17.
Madam Chair, my name is Jay Balmer. I'm the Regional Management Coordinator. And Proposal 17, 5 AAC 67022, Special Provisions for Seasons, Bag, Possession, and Size Limits and Methods and Means in the Bristol Bay Area.
Move to adopt. Second.
Staff comments?
Madam Chair, for the record, Lee Borden. Commercial entities, including rental boat operators, would be limited to 8 anglers at a given time in the upper Naknek River. Currently, there are no regulations limiting the number of guided anglers or unguided anglers in the Naknek River drainage. Guided angler effort would likely decrease in this section of the Naknek River drainage by an unknown amount, with little effect on catch and harvest of rainbow trout, dolly varden, Arctic char, Arctic grayling, and northern pike, and an unknown effect on harvest of sockeye, coho, chum, and pink salmon. It would also increase regulatory and enforcement complexity. The department opposes this proposal. This would increase regulatory complexity, reduce angler opportunity by an unknown amount, and may be difficult to enforce. The department is neutral on the allocative aspects of this proposal. Catch and harvest of rainbow trout, dolly varden, Arctic char, Arctic grayling, northern pike, sockeye, coho, chum, and pink salmon in the Naknek River drainage sport fishery suggest that these populations are stable under existing regulations. Madam Chair.
Thank you. Board discussion. Mr. Wood?
Yeah, Madam Chairman, I came into the meeting inclined to vote no,
but after listening to public testimony, I'm leaning almost in opposite direction, but I want to listen to fellow board members' thoughts on the process. But regardless, if anything is adopted, I think we ought to pay attention to the advice given by Eric Felcher, if that's how you pronounce his name, in PC 24, that an effective date of 2024 be put into the enactment so that people can respond and their business plan changed accordingly. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I notice there's a Department of Law comment on this one. Maybe Mr. Peterson can enlighten us.
Sure, through the chair, Member Jensen, I did include a comment on this proposal in my memo. And what I indicated there is that the Department of Law would need to review any proposed regulatory language because it would be entirely possible that some of the language that would come out of the proposal would be outside of the authority of the board, or so vague that it wouldn't be enforceable, like, for example, including fishing clubs. That obviously would need to be defined, and beyond that, in areas where these types of regulations have gone into effect, they've been for a conservation purpose, specifically limiting the number of guides that can fish in certain, the number of anglers that a guide can accompany in certain fisheries. And they're always tied to a conservation purpose, which the board indisputably can regulate pursuant to. But it's also under the umbrella of the constitutional guarantees of equal access and uniform application in Article 8 of the Alaska Constitution. So I would encourage the board that in discussing this proposal and any proposal like this, to tie it to an identifiable conservation, development, or utilization purpose, and explain how that is achieved and also offsets the requirement for equal access and uniform application to the anglers, to resident Alaskans, right? So that's my comment on this.
Mr. Jensen.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Question for the staff. I'm just curious, is there any of the mentioned species here a stock of concern? Do you have any concerns over what you listed in your comments? And what are fish for out there?
Through the chair, no conservation concerns for any of those species. King salmon you cannot fish for king salmon in that section of river already, so no conservation concerns.
Oh, thank you.
I'll also note that there was enforcement comment on this proposal as well. Would you like to speak to that, Captain Frenzel, please?
Yes, Madam Chair. A regulation like this to reduce number of anglers on river could easily be circumvented by using subsidiary companies. If a business has 5 guides, they could create 5 businesses, and each guide would have his own business and still not reduce the number of anglers on the river, and thus just creating another loophole and unenforceable.
I guess, listening to some of the testimony that we've had, I had several notes on this, and I think similar to, and if I'm reaching back in my memory, and we were discussing this, I believe it was in Committee of the Whole. Perhaps it was the initial sort of construct that came to my mind was like a lottery type thing, and that's what I think Mr. Jensen was getting at, similar to how they have handled some issues on the game side of things. So as this is written, I'm not inclined to support it. I understand that there's crowding that people are concerned about on the river. My primary concern would be, with regard to king salmon, that's prohibited, as the department has said at this point anyways. So I just don't feel this is quite ripe, and I think the methods need to be fair and how this is applied, and if we really want to reduce access or address the crowding issues, So I don't think that I'm inclined to support this at this time. I understand where the proposer was coming from, though. Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Like Mr. Wood, I came into this meeting with the kind of the premise that I was not going to support this, but after listening to public testimony, it was quite obvious to me that there is a considerable amount of congestion in parts of the Naknek River. I think that the long-term solution to that problem or how to solve the problem might not be written within the contents of this proposal. And considering what the Department of Law and the Department of Public Safety has just said, I think that currently I would agree with you, Madam Chair, that I'm not inclined to support it as written. Thank you.
Mr. Jensen.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I kind of look at this as, there's, the department has said they don't have any conservation issues here, so that takes away my heartburn. And what I see here is, and looking at my notes from the committee of the whole, it's kind of a social issue, and I don't know if that's one of the things we're tasked with on here, unless it makes it into a conservation issue. This could be allocative, would definitely allocate between different user groups and take away the opportunity for people that want to participate if they started limiting the number of people on the river at a time, so that it would limit participants. And would some of those participants be Alaskan residents? Quite possible, unless there's some loophole in there that I'm missing. So I think it has allocative implications, and I just I can't support it because of the complexity that it would cause. So that's where I'm standing, Madam Chair.
Additional board discussion, Ms. Mitchell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll kind of echo some of the comments made by fellow board members. And, you know, there definitely seems to be some legal concerns with this. The ability to kind of find loopholes in the way that this would be constructed and, you know, basically not do what it's intended to do based on the ability to get additional badges by getting additional licenses is problematic. But I do understand the issue with crowding on the rivers, and I just don't think that this is the approach that would work at this time.
Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If proposal were to be adopted, I don't think it would result in additional direct costs for the private person to participate in this fishery. And approval of this proposal is expected to result in additional direct costs to the department through implementation of angler identification system badges. And I'll call the question.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen. The question has been called. Errors and omissions, Director Rutz.
No, Madam Chair.
Mr. Peterson.
No, Madam Chair.
Captain Frenzel.
No, Madam Chair.
Director Nelson, please call the roll.
Final action on Proposal 17. Mitchell.
No.
Jensen.
No.
Wood.
No.
Carpenter.
No.
Carlson Van Dort.
No.
Heimbach.
Yes.
Motion fails. 5-1, Madam Chair. 1-5.
Let's see that on the record. I'm going to make that correction on the record.
Pardon me. Motion fails 1-5.
Thank you. Proposal number 18.
Proposal 18, 5 AAC 67.020, general provisions for seasons and bag and possession annual and size limits for the Bristol Bay area. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Move to adopt. Second.
Staff comments.
Madam Chair, this proposal would prohibit the use of salmon eggs as bait in all Bristol Bay freshwater drainages and salt waters. There are currently no specific restrictions in Bristol Bay regarding the use of salmon eggs as bait. Under special regulations, there are bait restrictions in place for several specific drainages, areas, and dates. This proposal would likely reduce catch and harvest rates by an unknown amount in sport fisheries where use of bait is allowed. Sport anglers that prefer using bait to sport fish may move to other fisheries. The frequency of salmon eggs being used as bait is unknown. In Bristol Bay, bait prohibitions are typically used to afford protection in special management areas for rainbow trout and as a tool implemented by emergency orders to reduce salmon catch and harvest rates. In some cases, such as the Naknek River, bait restrictions serve a dual purpose by protecting rainbow trout and reducing catch of king salmon. The department opposes this proposal. This proposal would reduce sport fishing opportunity with unknown conservation benefit. There are no biological or conservation concerns related specifically to the use of bait in fisheries where it is currently allowed. Madam Chair.
Thank you. Board discussion. Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think this proposal, Proposal 18, it's a very broad-based proposal that would not only be implemented in the freshwater drainages, but also the salt waters of the Bristol Bay area. I think I am a proponent if there is special circumstances in certain drainages, as the department has demonstrated and past boards have demonstrated, where there's a conservation concern for specific species, that bait restrictions might be appropriate in that place. But I think a broad-based approach like this is really unnecessary at this time. Thank you.
Mr. Jensen.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I concur with Member Carpenter. I believe the same thing. In the places where it's needed, it's already been implemented, and this would be just a blanket approach, and it may hinder other people's fishing methods, and I just can't support it, Madam Chair. And additional approval of this proposal not expected to result in additional direct costs for the private person to participate, and no additional cost to the department to manage, for comments from fellow board members.
Thank you. I'm not inclined to support this either. I think the department has the discretion to prohibit bait when and where necessary. And so I think that this is a little too broad for my comfort level, certainly, and I'm not inclined to support this one. I will note also that the public comments were kind of split, on-time public comments were kind of split on this. And there's a bit of a split amongst the ACs, with the Lower Bristol Bay AC supporting it, Anchorage, Lake Iliamna, Naknek, Kwijak, and Inushiak ACs opposing this particular proposal. Any other board discussion? Ms. Mitchell?
Yeah, my notes reflect that there was no.
Are you Ms. Mitchell?
Did you call my name, or did you call somebody?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, go ahead, Honor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too agree with the comments made by fellow board members. I also wanted to note that during public testimony, there was kind of compelling conversation regarding the ability for locals to go and, harvest fish in the most effective means, using bait, to take home for dinner and stuff too. And so, thank you.
Mr. Jensen?
Yeah, my notes from Committee of the Whole show no comments, and I will call the question.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen. The question has been called. Errors and omissions, Director Rutz.
No, Madam Chair.
Mr. Peterson?
No, Madam Chair.
Captain Frenzel?
No, Madam Chair.
Director Nelson, please call the roll.
Final action on Proposal 18. Jensen.
No.
Heimbach.
No.
Carlson Van Dort.
No.
Wood.
No.
Carpenter.
No.
Mitchell.
No.
Motion fails, 0-6, Madam Chair.
Proposal number 19.
Madam Chair, Proposal 19, 5 AAC 67.022, special provisions for seasons, bag, and possession, and size limits and methods and means in the Bristol Bay area. Madam Chair.
Move to adopt. Second.
Staff comments, please.
Madam Chair, with this proposal, the use of egg imitations would be prohibited unless the egg imitation is a fixed part of a fly or lure longer than 1 inch in length in a section of the Naknek River. In all flowing waters upstream from an ADF&G regulatory marker located at Rapids Camp, including all waters within a 1/4 mile of all lake and outlet streams, only unbaited, single-hook, artificial lures or flies may be used year-round. All sport fishing is closed in the Naknek River above the ADF&G regulatory marker located at Rapids Camp, in Brooks River, and in American Creek from April 10 to June 7 to protect spawning rainbow trout. The bag and possession limit for rainbow trout in the Naknek River drainage from June 8 to October 31 is 1 fish less than 18 inches, and from November 1 to June 7 is 5 fish less than 18 inches. Under statewide regulations, an attractor, including a bead, when used with an artificial fly, artificial lure, or bare hook, must be either fixed within 2 inches of the bare hook, fly, or lure, or be free sliding on the line or leader. This would result in decreased catch rates for anglers, increased regulatory complexity, and prohibition of a vast range of tackle under 1 inch in length commonly used by anglers targeting rainbow trout, Arctic grayling, Dolly Varden, Arctic char. From a social perspective, conservative wild stock management is consistent with the wishes and desires of most of the public presently using the resource. The statewide management standards for rainbow trout, 5 AAC 75.220, and the policy for the management of sustainable wild trout fisheries, 5 AAC 75.222, and the region's regulations contain policies and regulations that protect the biological integrity of wild trout stocks and maximize their recreational benefit and economic potential. Little data exists in the effects of egg simulating lures on rainbow trout stocks. However, the Naknek River drainage rainbow trout fishery is conservatively managed with no bait and single hook regulations, conservative bag limits, and a spawning season closure to maintain wild stocks. The department opposes this proposal. Adoption of this proposal would increase regulatory complexity and reduce fishing opportunity with little apparent conservation benefit. There is currently no biological or conservation concern related to the use of egg simulating lures in this rainbow trout sport fishery. Many lures under 1 inch in length are designed to imitate eggs, or a portion of the lure contains an egg imitation. Therefore, a variety of commonly used spoons, spinners, plugs, and flies would become illegal to use in this drainage. Madam Chair.
Thank you. Board discussion. Mr. Jensen.
Yeah, thank you. Captain Frenzel has a response to this one, and wondering if you'd share it with us.
Captain Frenzel.
Yes, through the chair, Member Jensen. In order to be enforceable, we need to have clear definitions, and defining this would probably be fairly complex for the board to do in order to make it enforceable. So that's our concern with this.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just looking through the background and some information that, currently you have no biological concerns with this population of rainbow trout, but you're also not monitoring it or haven't since 2017. Am I reading your comments correctly?
We do, Madam Chair, we do monitor this through both the statewide harvest survey and we have run creels on the Naknek River as well. Madam Chair.
Okay, thanks. Can you then explain a little bit, can you just help me through your comments in the background, beginning with the rainbow trout, let's see. The rainbow trout catch by guided anglers in the Upper Naknek River sport fishery increased from 2007 to 2016, with angler days increasing 2,387 in 2000 to 2,787 in 2016, and catch increasing from 4921 in 2007 to 11,634 in 2016, which is the table 19.1 reference. You then state no data are available since 2017.
Yeah, Madam Chair, correct. So that is in reference to data specifically for guided anglers in that section. And so that was why we don't have data beyond 2017 specifically.
Got it. Thank you for that clarification. Ms. Mitchell.
Was that due to the discontinuation of the Sportfish Guide Logbook program? The lack of data beyond 2017?
Through the chair, in this case, that's what we're referring to. Madam Chair.
Okay. Additional board discussion. Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't believe I can support this. It just would increase the complexity of people that wanted to go out and go fishing and try to catch a trout or whatever else is listed under this proposal. I think it would be very confusing to the public and very hard for the Enforcement Division to enforce. And it would be, I just can't support something with this much complexity in it, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I guess I'm leaning towards not supporting this either. One of the things that is standing out to me is in some of the committee, the whole discussion that this was referenced as a way or a successful catching technique that is available to a wider range of anglers that may have, disabilities or, different access points into the river. So I guess I'm not inclined to support this as it's written either. Any other board discussion? Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think this is a perfect example in my mind where the department, along with the public, has realized that this is a perfect situation, dissimilar to the proposal that we dealt with just before this in regards to the use of bait. I think this type of fishing with fairly restrictive nature, using only unbaited single hook artificial lures and flies, may be used year round. I think that the thing that is, and I do want to stress this to the department, is when I do look at the increase in the user days, which is not necessarily a bad thing, from 2007 to 2016, from roughly 2,400 to 11,500. I would stress that keeping an eye on this and the sustainability of this particular section of river is, critically important.
Other board discussion? Mr. Jensen?
Thank you, Madam Chair. If this proposal were to be adopted, it may result in additional direct costs for the private person to participate by purchasing new tackle to comply with the new regulation, and it would not result in additional direct costs for the department to manage, and I'll call the question.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen. The question has been called. Errors and omissions. Mr. Tobey.
No, Madam Chair.
Mr. Peterson.
No, Madam Chair.
Captain Frenzel.
No, Madam Chair.
Director Nelson, please call the roll.
Final action on Proposal 19. Heimbach.
No.
Jensen.
No.
Wood.
No.
Carpenter.
No.
Mitchell.
No.
Carlson Van Dort.
No.
Motion fails, 0-6, Madam Chair.
Proposal number 20.
Proposal 20, 5 AAC 67.022, special provisions for seasons, bag and possession, and size limits and methods and means in the Bristol Bay Area. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, move to adopt the language found in RC 99.
Second, and ask unanimous consent.
All right. So the language found in RC 99 is just a definition of barbless, I believe. Mr. Wood?
That is correct, Madam Chair.
Substantively, it hasn't changed the proposal, so I'll take staff comments on the proposal, please.
Madam Chair, this proposal would prohibit the use of bait and barbed hooks in the Wood River Lake system as follows. From the outlet of the Agulapac River into Lake Nurka, north to Kulik Lake and its streams and tributaries, only unbaited single barbless/pinched barbed hook artificial lures, September 1 through June 7, and only unbaited single barbless/pinched barb hook artificial flies, June 8 through August 31. Currently, there are no regulations requiring barbless hooks in the state of Alaska. This would decrease catch rates in the sport fishery in the Wood River Lake system by an unknown amount and increase regulatory complexity. Hooks may be removed from fish more easily since it's generally considered to be less difficult to remove a barbless hook from a fish, and mortality of released fish may decrease by an unknown amount. A barbless or pinched barb hook would need to be fined, such as in RC 99. In the Bristol Bay area, bait prohibitions are typically used to afford protection in special management areas for rainbow trout and as a tool implemented by emergency order to slow down salmon catch and harvest rates. In cases such as the Naknek River, bait restrictions serve the dual purpose by protecting rainbow trout and reducing catch of king salmon. Catch and release fishing practices have triggered concern over mortality caused by use of barbed hooks. Results of studies conducted on trout species have shown barbless hook usage to have negligible effects on hooking mortality, leading researchers to conclude there's no biological justification for barbed hook restrictions. The department opposes this proposal. Adoption of this proposal would reduce sport fishing opportunity with little apparent conservation benefit. At this time, there's no biological or conservation concern related to the use of bait or barbed hooks in fisheries where it's currently allowed. Madam Chair.
Thank you. Board discussion, Mr. Wood.
Just have a question of staff. The conclusions that you just described on the record, are they particular or peculiar just to this area, or is that across the board statewide in regard to barbless hooks and the impact on mortality?
Through the chair, Mr. Wood, that would be statewide. Yep.
Yeah. And did we not have on the books at one time a barbless provision?
Through the chair, Mr. Wood, that is correct to the best of my knowledge, but was repealed in the 2018 meeting.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'll not be supporting this idea of having a requirement of barbless hooks, and either on this proposal or any that might be coming up later on during this meeting as well, and for the reasons that the department just set out. If somebody wants to use barbless hooks, they're certainly free to do so at their own volition. Likewise, if a guide service or a lodge wants their clientele to use only barbless hooks, they have the ability to impose that rule as well.
Thank you, Mr. Wood. Additional board discussion? My notes here, I think it came out in, I think, committee of the whole perhaps, but that the language would also impact people with fly rods or those that were targeting pike and would like the ability to use barbed hooks for those targets species. I also know that some of the guides also were really supportive of this, but there's nothing prohibiting them from, using barbless hooks in their private operations with their clients. They could do so under the current regulations, correct?
Madam Chair, that's correct.
Okay. Any other board discussion? Mr. Jensen?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I do like the definition of a barbless hook, but I'm not going to support this proposal because of what previous board members had discussed and said. And with the department's assessment, there's no conservation concern. So I'm not going to be supporting this proposal, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'll also just note in the on-time comments that the Anchorage, Matanuska Valley, and the New Chagakese were not supportive of this proposal. Any other board discussion? Mr. Jensen?
Thank you, Madam Chair. If this proposal were to be adopted, I don't think it would result in the additional direct costs for the private person to participate, nor to the department to manage, and I'll call the question.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen. The question has been called. Errors and omissions. Mr. Taube?
No, Madam Chair.
Mr. Peterson?
No, Madam Chair.
Captain Frenzel?
No, Madam Chair.
Director Nelson, please call the roll.
Final action on Proposal 20. Carlson Van Dort.
No.
Carpenter.
No.
Jensen.
No.
Heimbach.
No.
Mitchell.
No.
Wood.
No.
Motion fails, 0-6, Madam Chair.
Proposal number 21.
Proposal 21, 5 AAC 67.022. Special provisions for seasons, bag and possession, and size limits and methods and means in the Bristol Bay area. Thank you,
Move to
Madam Chair.
adopt.
Second.
Staff comments, please.
Madam Chair, this proposal would prohibit harvest of rainbow trout by non-resident anglers in the upper Naknek River. In all flowing waters upstream from ADF&G regulatory marker located at Rapids Camp, including all waters within a quarter mile of all lake and outlet streams, only unbaited, single-hook, artificial lures or flies may be used year-round. Additionally, all sport fishing is closed in the Naknek River above ADF&G regulatory marker located at Rapids Camp, in Brooks River, and in American Creek from April 10 to June 7 to protect spawning rainbow trout. The bag and possession limit for rainbow trout in the Naknek River drainage from June 8 to October 31 is 1 fish, less than 18 inches, and from November 1 to June 7 is 5 fish, less than 18 inches. There would be minimal reduction of overall harvest of rainbow trout in the Naknek River drainage sport fishery. Eliminating non-resident harvest opportunity will likely result in minimal biological benefit. Based on freshwater guide logbook data, guided non-resident rainbow trout harvest has averaged 19 fish from 2007 to 2016. Recent total guided and unguided rainbow trout catch and harvest in the Naknek River drainage sport fishery suggests that the rainbow trout population is stable under current regulations. The department opposes this proposal. This would increase regulatory complexity and reduce sport fishing opportunity for non-resident anglers with minimal biological benefit. Catch and harvest of rainbow trout in the Naknek River drainage sport fishery suggests that the rainbow trout population is stable under current regulations. The department is neutral on the allocative aspect of this proposal. Madam Chair.
Board discussion, Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Department of Law has a comment on this one, Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Thank you. Through the chair, Member Jensen. Yeah, this is a pretty general comment that I'll oftentimes include whenever, and it's applicable to any non-commercial regulation between residents and non-residents. The board obviously has the authority to regulate for non-commercial purposes residents different, or non-residents different from residents, but as a general matter should articulate for the record why it is doing so. And I'm happy to answer any questions about it, but again, it's a general comment about these types of proposals.
Mr. Jensen.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Peterson. It can be done, but you should have a good reason for it.
Yeah, it can be done, and as I said, generally the board should articulate the reason behind treating non-residents differently. As I said, I mean, the statutory authority to do so exists, and the U.S. Supreme Court held in a case called Baldwin v. Montana that states can regulate non-residents different than residents for consumptive fish and game purposes, but in this case, or when it pertains to these types of regulations or proposals, law is consistently advised that the board articulate the reason behind doing so for the record.
Yeah, thank you. May I make my comment, Madam Chair?
Mr. Jensen.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Peterson. With that being said, I'm not going to support this. If there was a conservation reason looming out there that said that we needed to reduce harvest, I would definitely consider something like this, but I don't see that in the books here or the department's comments, so I'm not going to be able to support this proposal, Madam Chair.
Mr. Wood.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm probably an occasion where I should keep my mouth shut, but I'm not smart enough to do it. Listening to legal advice, we can't differentiate unless the record is shown and a good sufficient reason. I don't understand how a state asset, i.e. dollars, can be restricted to only residents, whereas another state asset, i.e. the fish, is treated differently. To me, we could do it if there was a demonstrable need to do so. I have not seen any evidence of that put on the record, so I'll be voting no on this particular instance of it, but I don't feel constitutionally restrained in doing that.
Thank you, Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I think that the current regulatory status that we have in regards to resident and non-residents is very reasonable. I think there are restrictions on bait, single hoof, artificial lures, or flies. I think some of the information provided in the department's comments based on the freshwater guidebook data from pre-2017 showed that non-resident rainbow trout harvest only averaged about 19 fish. And I think that's very applicable information to take into consideration when we're discussing a proposal like this. So I'll be not in support.
Thank you, Mr. Carpenter. Any other board discussion? I was just happening to look at table 21-2, and if I'm reading this properly, the total effort of angler days has actually decreased quite significantly. Is that correct? Over the course of, well, until 2020. Do you have any data associated with angler effort post-2020?
Madam Chair, that is the best data we've got. If you look at table 21-2 down at the bottom, we have 2021 included there as well in the bottom line. And that is correct. Overall effort in the drainage has declined since the 90s and early thousands. However, we have witnessed a shift in that effort away from species like king salmon and towards species like rainbow trout. Madam Chair.
Thank you. So I'll note that the catch average has increased, though. Okay. Any other board discussion? Ms. Mitchell?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Just with reference to table 21-2, we look at a harvest from 1996 all the way to 2020 that is significantly higher than the harvest recorded in 2021. Does the department have thoughts on why that was such a significant decrease for that year? But yet catch effort is relatively the same?
Through the chair, no, I don't have any explanation for why 2021 harvest was so significantly lower than years in the past. Madam Chair.
Something to keep an eye on. Thank you. Mr. Jensen?
Thank you. It looks to me like in this 21-2 that the catch has been consistent, or fairly consistent anyway. It's just that the harvest dropped off really sharply on 2021. Am I reading that right?
Through the chair, Mr. Jensen, yes, that appears correct.
Okay, thank you. If this proposal were to be adopted, I don't think it would result in any additional direct costs for the private person to participate and nor the department to manage. And I'll call the question, Madam Chair.
Yeah, I just thinking through this a little bit more. I mean, the fact that you see that effort has maintained, catch is decreasing, I mean, that could be a very early indicator of something to monitor closely. And but given the data that we have before us today, and given the department's comments that you do not at this particular time have a conservation concern, excuse me, I'll probably not be supporting this at this time. The question has been called. Errors and omissions. Mr. Tobey?
No, Madam Chair.
Mr. Peterson?
No, Madam Chair.
Captain Frenzel?
No, Madam Chair.
Director Nelson, please call the roll.
Final action on Proposal 21. Wood.
No.
Heimbach.
No.
Mitchell.
Yes.
Jensen.
No.
Carlson Van Dorn.
No.
Carpenter.
No.
Motion fails 1-5, Madam Chair.
Proposal number 22.
Madam Chair, Proposal 22, 5 AAC 67.022, special provisions for seasons, bag, and possession and size limits and methods and means in the Bristol Bay Area. Madam Chair.
Move to adopt. Second.
Staff comments, please.
Madam Chair, with this proposal, all waters of Big Creek upstream of its confluence with the Naknek River would be closed to fishing for all salmon species from June 1st to July 31st. There's no retention of king salmon in all waters of Big Creek upstream of its confluence with the Naknek River from May 1 to July 31, catch and release fishing only. Sport fishing for salmon other than king salmon in the Naknek River, including Big Creek, is open the entire year with a bag and possession limit of 5 fish. Downstream of an ADF&G marker located at Rapids Camp, gear is limited to unbaited artificial lures only from March 1st to November 14th. Sport fishing opportunity for all salmon species and harvest opportunity for chum, coho, pink, and sockeye salmon in Big Creek would be eliminated. This may also decrease catch and release mortality of king salmon by an unknown amount. For background, from 2001 to 2012, Big Creek supported a catch and release king salmon sport fishery, and prior to 2001, harvest was allowed. The Big Creek drainage was closed to sport fishing for king salmon beginning in 2013. The Naknek River within 1/4 mile of the confluence within Big Creek was included in the 2013 closure to protect king salmon staging to ascend Big Creek. However, based on a lack of suitable holding water, fish do not appear to hold in this section of the Naknek River. Additionally, the closure included the entire width of the Naknek River, requiring anglers to remove their lines from the water while drift fishing through this section of the river. Big Creek was reopened to catch and release sport fishing in 2015, and the boundary prohibiting harvest was changed, which resolved the above-mentioned issue of prohibiting drift fishing in the main Naknek River channel. Historically, the Big Creek king salmon runs have been assessed via aerial survey. However, due to budget constraints, these surveys have been inconsistent in recent years. Additionally, the surveyors changed several times. Therefore, these surveys provide a very rough estimate of run strength and are considered a minimum estimate. The average annual king salmon aerial survey index from 1970 to 2014 is 1,789 fish. King salmon begin their spawning migration up the Naknek River to Big Creek during mid to late June. Spawning in the Big Creek drainage commences in early August and peaks in mid to late August. Therefore, spawning fish are protected by the spawning season closure beginning August 1. Additionally, based on aerial survey data, nearly all spawning takes place upstream of River Mile 9. From 2007 through 2012, the annual guided sport catch of king salmon in Big Creek averaged 82 fish. Using estimated catch and release mortality of king salmon in the Nushagak River as a proximal reference of 6.6%, the average annual mortality in the guided sport fishery would be approximately 5 king salmon. The Big Creek drainage was reopened to catch and release sport fishing for king salmon after the December 2015 board meeting, and the preliminary annual guided sport catch of king salmon from 2016 to 2017 averaged 252 fish. Using the estimated catch and release mortality for king salmon in the Nushagak River as a proximal reference, as above, the average annual mortality in the guided sport fishery would be approximately 17 king salmon. The department opposes this proposal. This would increase regulatory complexity and reduce sport fishing opportunity for all salmon with little apparent conservation benefit. Madam Chair.
Board discussion. Ms. Mitchell, then Mr. Carpenter, then Mr. Wood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm inclined to support this proposal based on the anecdotal evidence presented during the committee of the whole process. I have in my notes that there was no public testimony in opposition to this. I have in my notes that there was significant people who came up and said this was a spawning area. In the public comments, I have only one in opposition, and every other public comment in support of this proposal. I'm going to be supporting this.
Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a couple questions for the department, if I might. When I look at your background information, you cite the annual king salmon aerial surveys from 1970 to 2014. Am I to assume from that you haven't done an aerial survey since 2014? Or am I missing something?
Through the chair, that's correct.
So based on that information, how are you assessing that this particular drainage is meeting or being consistent with its long-term escapement viability?
Through the chair, we have no enumeration, so I take all other factors into account, reports from users on the river, reports from subsistence users in the area, and then run strength indicators throughout the bay, and I make action based on those indicators being the best tools that I have at this point. Yeah.
Okay, and if I might, Madam Chair, just one more question. Prior to, I believe, 2018, when this was reopened, was it just king salmon that you were not allowed to fish for in Big Creek, or was it all salmon as this proposal suggests?
Through the chair, that closure that existed for those handful of years was for king salmon specifically.
Thank you.
Mr. Wood, and then Mr. Heimbach.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I wish I'd taken better notes, but the testimony that I heard during Committee of the Whole was that this particular Big Creek area accounted for anywhere between 30, depending who you're listening to, 30 to 50% of the knack-knack run on kings. If indeed that is anywhere near being accurate, what the balance would be, saving 17 fish through the mortality calculations that the department gave us versus the fishing on that king population. And here's where I wish my notes were clearer. I seem to recall that, and I don't want to name names, but one of the ladies that testified she used to, or still does, go up that river to catch chum, et cetera. And so this particular action would prohibit all of that activity, basically to make an effort to save 17 kings. Kings are important, don't misunderstand what I'm saying to you, but there's a balancing act, and in my balancing, it tips in the favor of keeping Fish Creek open to fishing.
Mr. Heimbach.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm struck by the fact that Proposal 22, unlike a lot of the ones we considered, was authored by a local committee, the Knack-Knack-Queejack Advisory Committee. These are our primary residential stewards. They're entitled to their idea of what conservation action should be. Just on the basis of that alone, the boots on the ground of people living there, it's important to conserve a rural Alaskan way of life as just as it is to conserve fish that are out there. So I'll definitely be supporting this proposal.
Can you explain to me a little bit about the geography of Big Creek? Is this a long tributary? Is it a short one? Is there concentration in these beds? Can you explain a little bit of information to me about that, please?
Yeah, Madam Chair. So it is a really long tributary. There's a lot of water. It winds quite a bit. So, point to point, as the crow flies, it's not quite as long as the actual river miles because it's very braided and bends a lot. But yes, I don't have the exact number, but it's upwards somewhere around 80 to 100 miles total. And as referenced in here, most of the spawning takes place above River Mile 9. The water is small enough that it prohibits boats from going too far up the river. It becomes difficult to navigate past a certain point. So a majority of the water that exists in Big Creek is beyond the reach of boat-based anglers. Madam Chair.
Thank you. And the only type of sport fishing that we're talking about in this area is catch and release, correct? Is there any species where you're prohibited to retain?
Madam Chair, it's currently non-retention for king salmon only.
Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Understandably, there's chum salmon in Big Creek. We've heard that through public testimony, but are there also coho?
Through the chair, yes.
And if I might, is there the same sort of effort for coho that there might be for chum, or is it similar? And is it done in the same lower portion of the river that most of the king salmon fishing is done?
Through the chair, so I don't know the exact proximal location of most of the fishing for coho that takes place up there, but there is a certain amount of coho fishing that does take place in Big Creek, as well as chum fishing, as previously mentioned. Madam Chair.
Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am quite concerned that we have a tributary that seems to be very important, not only to local residents of the Bristol Bay drainage, but also non-resident anglers. And I find it concerning that almost 10 years have gone by without any aerial survey work, if that was the mean method of enumerating kings in the spawning area. I think that the restrictions that are currently in place in regards to king salmon are relatively safe. I think the only reason that I can't support this proposal right now is I don't find a good reason to not allow the sport fishing on chum salmon and coho salmon. And the way the proposal is written, it specifically states that. So as written, I will not support this.
Mr. Pappas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. George Pappas, OSM. I spoke during introductions about this in the committee process. There's a large chunk of that river, or that tributary does end up in, come out as a refuge, but we have zero harvest information, zero permitting
I
information.
can't hear you, George. Would you move the mic closer, please?
Apologize about that. George Pappas, OSM, as I'd referenced earlier in this meeting, there's a substantial portion of that river or tributary that does go up into federal public waters, but we have zero information, zero permitting from it, and zero discussion on any harvest information from that area. We talked about just now where the folks are fishing, where the fish are spawning, et cetera. So we do not have comments on this, and I went through the Regional Advisory Council chair, local expertise, and the refuge manager on this. So I have no record of folks subsistence fishing for kings up there. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll just offer up a couple thoughts and I'll go to Mr. Jensen. So I'm frustrated that we have known king salmon population issues throughout the state of Alaska. I'm frustrated that we have indications of strong king salmon issues in the Bristol Bay watershed. The only river we have an escapement goal for right now, I believe, is the Nushagak. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, that for king salmon, that's correct.
That's right. And we just designated the Nushagak a stock of concern for king salmon. So, I mean, there's a pattern emerging that's very clear to me that we could have potential king salmon conservation issues throughout the watershed. I don't think it's a stretch to believe that could be occurring. So this proposal as written, I'm not sure I can support because I think it's a little bit broad, but I can't impress enough to the department how important it is to refresh some of this data. And I know that there's cost concerns. I get it, and I imagine that you have similar frustrations as well. But we're being asked to make determinations that have significant economic impacts on dated data. And, it doesn't make for good policy, I don't think, for the public, for us, for the department. So I just kind of wanted to put those thoughts on the record. I think that it's reasonable to be looking at Big Creek, especially because of its use by king salmon for spawning. But as you also just relayed to me that, this is a really relatively long creek. There's significant mileage here. I have no idea where the fish are being, where they're at, and how the angler pressure is there. To close down all the waters of Big Creek to all salmon species, I think is a bit much. I think if we had taken a look at this for king salmon only, and in certain sections where we know that they're present and actively spawning, I might have been a little bit more inclined, but as it stands, it's overly broad. But we have an issue, and I think that the ACs and public and folks that are living out there are desperately trying to be proactive in responding to those issues that are emerging. And I just wish we had better tools in which to evaluate it. And I just want to set that on the record. Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Your comments were along the line of my comments were going to be. But I have one question. Is there any chance that there'll be aerial silveries in the future for king salmon on this system, or is it just something that's not going to happen?
Through the chair, we currently have no plans to resume those surveys. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Madam Chair, if this proposal will be adopted, I don't believe it would result in any additional direct costs for the private person to participate. And I'll call the question.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen. Question has been called. Errors and omissions. Mr. Tobby.
No, Madam Chair.
Mr. Peterson?
No, Madam Chair.
Captain Frenzel?
No, Madam Chair.
Director Nelson, please call the roll.
Final action on Proposal 22. Wood.
No.
Carlson Van Dort.
Reluctant, no.
Mitchell.
Yes.
Heimbach.
Yes.
Carpenter.
No.
Jensen.
No.
Motion fails. 2 in favor, 4 against, Madam Chair.
Proposal number 23.
Proposal 23, 5 AAC 67.022, special provisions for seasons, bag, possession, and size limits and methods and means in the Bristol Bay Area. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Move to adopt.
Staff comments?
Madam Chair, this proposal would allow retention of king salmon less than 20 inches in length in Big Creek. In the Naknek River drainage and all flowing waters from March 1st to November 14, only unbaited artificial lures or flies may be used. Upstream from ADF&G markers located 1/2 mile above Rapids Camp to ADF&G markers at Tree Fron's cabin at the outlet of Naknek Lake, king salmon fishing is closed year-round. Within 1/4 mile radius of the mouth of Big Creek, king salmon may be retained. Big Creek, upstream of its confluence with the Naknek River, from May 1 to July 31, king salmon fishing is open to catch and release only, and all king salmon caught must be released immediately. Harvest of king salmon less than 20 inches in length in Big Creek may increase by an unknown amount. Effort in Big Creek may increase as a result of new harvest opportunity. For background, I'd like to reference the background given in the previous proposal. The department opposes this proposal. With king salmon abundance declining in recent years throughout Bristol Bay, a conservative approach regarding harvest of king salmon in spawning tributaries is warranted. Madam Chair.
Thank you. Board discussion. Mr. Carpenter?
Thank you, Madam Chair. In light of the last proposal, I think there's similarities. One of them would be to allow retention in Big Creek on a stock of king salmon that we really have no current information on. I can't in good faith make that determination that that would be the prudent thing to do at this point. I think that we need to err on the side of conservation. I echo some of the comments that the chair made earlier in regards to trying to make a concerted effort in the near future to try and enumerate some of the spawning activity that's going on this, and possibly in the future we could look at that information and possibly have a different outcome. But at this time, I can't support this.
Ms. Mitchell?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too will not be supporting this. I'm, again, with the comments that I made on the proposal before this, we have significant anecdotal evidence that this is where spawning grounds are happening. There's concern amongst, the locals of this area about fishing, period, and the last proposal that we just dealt with, Proposal 22, that was unanimously supported through Committee of the Whole, and only one in opposition in public comments, that aimed to restrict sport fishing by both resident and non-resident anglers. This is a local community that's trying to protect this area, so I'm not going to be supporting it, the harvest of king salmon in this area on Proposal 23.
Thanks, Ms. Mitchell. I'll reference my comments on the previous, and I will also say that I'm a much less reluctant no for this proposal. I'm very comfortable with that. Any other additional board discussion? Mr. Jensen?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will not be supporting this proposal for the same reason I've heard around the board. If this proposal were to be adopted, I expect it to result in the additional direct costs for the private person to participate, and it won't result in the additional cost for the department to manage and call the question.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen. The question has been called. Errors and omissions. Mr. Tavi?
No, Madam Chair.
Mr. Peterson?
No, Madam Chair.
Captain Frenzel?
No, Madam Chair.
Director Nelson, please call the roll.
Final action on Proposal 23. Carpenter.
No.
Heimbach.
No.
Carlson Van Dort.
No.
Jensen.
No.
Mitchell.
No.
Wood.
No.
Motion fails, 0-6, Madam Chair.
Proposal number 24.
Proposal 24, 5 AAC 67.022, special provisions for seasons, bag, possession, and size limits and methods and means in the Bristol Bay area. Madam Chair.
Move to adopt. Second.
Staff comments?
Madam Chair, this proposal would reduce the bag and possession limit for king salmon over 20 inches in the Naknek River drainage. I believe there's amended language, but I'll just go ahead and read through my staff comments. Only one of which may be greater than 28 inches in length. Excuse me. This proposal would reduce the bag and possession limit for king salmon over 20 inches in the Naknek River drainage to 2 male king salmon, only one of which may be greater than 28 inches in length. The annual limit would also be reduced from 5 king salmon to 2 male king salmon 20 inches or greater in length. Adoption of this proposal would prohibit retention of female king salmon, requiring anglers to be able to identify a male king salmon by sight. Under general regulations for Bristol Bay, the king salmon season is open from May 1 to July 31. There's an annual limit of 5 king salmon over 20 inches with harvest record required. In fresh waters for king salmon over 20 inches, the bag and possession limit is 3 fish, only one of which may be over 28 inches in length. For king salmon under 20 inches, the bag and possession limit is 10 fish. Any king salmon removed from the water must be retained. Under special regulations for Naknek River drainage, in all flowing waters from March 1st to November 14th, only unbaited artificial lures or flies may be used. Upstream from ADF&G markers located a half-mile above Rapids Camp to ADF&G markers at Tree Fawn's Cabin at the outlet of Naknek Lake, king salmon fishing is closed year-round. Within 1/4 mile radius of the mouth of Big Creek, king salmon may be retained. King Salmon Creek, upstream of the Alaska Peninsula Highway Bridge, is closed year-round to all king salmon fishing. Paul's Creek, upstream of the Alaska Peninsula Highway Bridge, is closed year-round to all king salmon fishing. Big Creek, upstream of its confluence with the Naknek River from May 1 to July 31, king salmon fishing is open to catch and release only, and all king salmon caught must be released immediately. There would be an unknown decrease in the harvest of king salmon in the Naknek River drainage, as well as an increase in the catch and release of king salmon over 20 inches, because anglers would have to release fish they believe to be female king salmon and those that exceed the size limit once a 28-inch male king salmon is retained. Adoption of this proposal would add complexity regulations and would add an unenforceable element in the prohibition of retention of female fish. The department opposes this proposal. This would reduce harvest opportunity in the sport fishery and increase regulatory complexity in addition to adding unenforceable regulatory language. The department has the authority to restrict bag limits in season by emergency order, and the department exercised this authority in 2022 on the Naknek River king salmon sport fishery. Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think Captain Frenzel has a comment on this proposal.
Before we go there, you referenced potential substitute language. I was looking for that. Do you have an RC reference? I didn't see one.
Madam Chair, yes, the RC that I'm referencing there is RC 103.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Wood.
I was just looking at 103 as well, and it doesn't give us the mandatory language unless you're just going to change numbers, which is fine. But would that be more appropriate, Madam Chair, doing a formal amendment or a substitute? Because I also was looking for a substitute and couldn't find it.
I'm waiting for this to pull up on 103. I think that if it's a simple number change, you could probably do it just as an amendment.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I may have misspoke when I said substitute language. What I meant to say was amendment with RC 103. Thank you.
Will you speak to the potential amendment that you just referenced?
Madam Chair, yes. So the amendment would be to eliminate the female king salmon element of this proposal, as well as change the bag and possession to 3 per day one of which could be over 28 inches. With an annual of total of 5 fish, only 3 of which could be over 28 inches. Madam Chair.
Thank you. And does the department have any thoughts on that proposed amendment?
Madam Chair, no, it removes unenforceable language, but otherwise, position remains the same. Madam Chair.
Mr. Wood?
I'll abide by the ruling of the chair, but I was going to move the amendment that was just read on the record by staff. But if you feel it encompasses a bit more, perhaps we ought to take a 5-minute recess and get this thing figured out.
Yeah, I'd like to do that, I think, and just have some more concrete language in front of us and see what it looks like regulatorily. So why don't we take about a 15-minute break and see if we can't hammer that out quickly? Thank you. All right, welcome back. We're back on the record. The time is 4:11. When we paused, we have Proposal 24 as written before the board at this time. We paused for some potential substitute language. I believe we have some generated. And Mr. Wood.
Madam Chair, I'm going to move to amend as set forth in RC 107, the subparagraph 12, and if I have a second, I'll address it.
Would you like to adopt the language found in RC 107 for the
As an amendment, yes.
Proposal 24?
Yep, yes.
Okay.
Second. If I might, Madam Chair, the language that you see in RC 107 was crafted and succeeds in implementing the agreement that was reflected in RC 103, where 2, 4, 5, 6 people in the industry came together as an approach to resolve differences and to get it as a uniform approach. I want to continue with that. One party apparently has expressed reservations as to whether it will be effective, but that same party also is sticking to the deal that was reached by the 7 of them, and that language is something that should go forward. But I'm a little perplexed, to say the least. Miffed would probably be a better word, and I better not describe a third alternative. But nonetheless, I'm going to be supportive of the language in 107 and hope that we can implement this united effort coming forward. So with that, I'll be voting a yes, and I can understand frustration of some other members as to how this came down.
Thank you, Mr. Wood. I'd like to ask the department to take a look and maybe explain some of the nuanced changes between proposal number 24 as it was submitted and RC 107, what the changes are.
Yes, Madam Chair. So essentially, this would remove the unenforceable regulatory language regarding prohibition of retention of female king salmon, and it clarifies the bag and possession limits being 3 per day, 1 over 28 inches, with an annual 5 fish, only 3 over 28 inches. Madam Chair.
Any other board discussion on the substitute language? Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess reflecting back on the department's comments and the department's position on this, the original proposal, I'd be interested to know what the department's position is in relation to this substitute language in RC 107.
Yeah, through the chair, the department's stance on this does not change. Current regulations offer protection, and we have emergency order authority as well. Madam Chair.
Ms. Mitchell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The fact that this RC 103 was not put into regulatory language, and then we reviewed it during deliberations, and we took a break to be able to put it into substitute language. I felt that it would help expedite if a board member put their name on this. And during that time period, the author of RC 103 kind of expressed, I guess, a disinterest in the effect that this proposal would have, or anyway, it's become confusing to me, and I guess I'm just trying to work through what exactly this RC 103, which is a group of sport fish users who came together in an attempt to come to a consensus on some of the proposals, when I'm now hearing from the author of that RC that maybe there's some conflicting concerns with one of the proposals. Anyway, I'm just working through that in my mind here, and I'm excited to hear about other board deliberation on this so I can get a better insight.
Other board discussion? So currently, my quick question, currently they're allowed to retain what?
Madam Chair, currently, there's an annual limit of 5 fish over 20 inches with a daily of 3 per day, 3 in possession, only one of which may be over 28 inches. Currently, for fish under 20 inches, it's 10 per day, 10 in possession. Madam Chair.
So effectively, what this does is it reduces it from 5 to 3 of fish over 20 inches, and it reduces it from 20 to 5, 10 to 5?
Madam Chair, I don't believe it changes anything for fish under 20 inches. So it essentially changes your annual limit for fish over 28 inches to 3 would be the sum effect, Madam Chair.
Mr. Jensen?
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Reading the department's comments, and they say they haven't changed. I'm not going to support this because the department already has the ability to reduce the bag limits as they see fit with what's going on. So I don't think this, in my own mind, this proposal, this RC 107's needed regulatory language, Madam Chair.
All right, I guess I'm going to be inclined to support the language in 107 for the reason being that it reduces the retention of king salmon, again, in a river that we just talked about, that, there are some areas where there's no retention allowed, is that correct, in the Naknek River?
Madam Chair, for the upper section of the Naknek River, there's no fishing for king salmon currently.
Right.
That's correct.
Thank you. So, if this is what was hammered out, I don't have tremendous heartburn in supporting this language. And then we can debate the merits of the proposal one way or the other. Mr. Heimbach, then Mr. Tabi.
Just a very quick question. So if they catch that bag limit, possession limit of 3, then effectively for the season, they're only entitled to 2 more fish. Am I reading that correctly?
Through the chair, 2 more fish over 20 inches that may not be over 28. Madam Chair.
Excuse me, but it does say the annual limit. So if they've caught 3 in the first day, they would only be able to catch 2 more fish above 20 inches.
The daily is 1 fish over 28, so they'd have to spread those fish out over multiple days. Madam Chair.
Mr. Tabi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess maybe I'll try to put like the crib note version of this. This is basically reducing the number of large fish that can be kept annually. And that's all it's doing. The daily bag limit is staying the same, but it's reducing from 5 large fish to 3 large fish for the annual limit. So I hope that clarifies.
Yes, thank you. Any additional board discussion on RC 107? Ms. Mitchell.
Thank you. Despite the confusion arising from RC 103, the group effort there to come to a consensus on some proposals, when I look back at the public comments for this, I see only in support. I typically am compelled when a group of user groups are kind of looking to restrict themselves, and I think that shows a concern with the fishery, and so I will be in support of this.
An amendment before us to substitute the language, and we had a second, so I believe we've exhausted discussion. Mr. Wood. Thank you. The question has been called. Director Nelson, will you please call the roll on the amendment?
To amend Proposal 24 with the substitute language found in RC 107. Jensen.
No.
Heimbach.
Yes.
Carlson Van Dort.
Yes.
Wood.
Yes.
Carpenter.
No.
Mitchell.
Yes.
Madam Chair, the amendment carries 4 in favor, 2 against.
Thank you. So we now have the full language of RC 107 in front of us for the board to discuss. Is there any other additional board discussion? Mr. Wood? Cost?
Thank you, Madam Chair. If this proposal be adopted, I don't believe it would result in the additional direct costs for the private person to participate and not any more money for the department to manage. And
Thank you. The question has been called. Errors and omissions. Mr. Tawby?
No, Madam Chair.
Mr. Peterson?
No, Madam Chair.
Captain Frenzel?
No, Madam Chair.
Director Nelson, please call the roll.
Final action on Proposal 24 as amended. Heimbach.
yes.
Jensen.
No.
Wood.
Yes.
Carpenter.
No.
Mitchell.
Yes.
Carlson Van Dort.
Yes.
Motion carries 4 in favor, 2 against. Madam Chair.
Proposal number 25.
Proposal 25, 5 AAC 67.02, special provisions for season, bag, and possession, and size limits and methods and means in Bristol Bay Area. This proposal is very similar to the prior one.
Madam Chair, move to take no action on Proposal 25 based on the action taken on Proposal 24.
Second, last unanimous consent.
Hearing no objection, the board will take no action on proposal number 25. Proposal number 26.
Proposal 26, 5 AAC 67.022, special provisions for seasons, bag, possession, and size limits and methods and means in Bristol Bay Area. Madam Chair.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Staff comments.
Madam Chair, this proposal would close several sections of the Naknek River drainage to fishing for king salmon year-round. Sport fishing for king salmon in the Naknek River main stem is open from May 1 to July 31. Upstream from ADF&G markers located 1/2 mile above Rapids Camp to ADF&G markers at Trefon's Cabin at the outlet of Naknek Lake, king salmon fishing is closed year-round. King Salmon Creek and Paul's Creek from ADF&G regulatory markers located at each creek's confluence with the Naknek River upstream to the upstream side of the Alaska Peninsula Highway bridges are closed to sport fishing from June 1 to July 31. Upstream of the Alaska Peninsula Highway bridges, sport fishing for king salmon is closed year-round. There's a catch and release only of king salmon in all waters of Big Creek upstream of its confluence with Naknek River from May 1 to July 31. Sport fishing for salmon other than king salmon in the Naknek River, including Big Creek, is open the entire year with a bag and possession limit of 5 fish. All sport fishing opportunity for king salmon in portions of the Naknek River drainage would be eliminated, and king salmon sport fishing regulations enforcement would be complicated by adding additional closed sections to the waters of the Naknek River drainage. This may also decrease the harvest and catch and release mortalities of king salmon by an unknown number. This may shift effort to the sections that remain open to sport fishing for king salmon, but overall harvest would likely not increase. The department opposes this proposal. This would increase regulatory complexity and reduce sport fishing opportunity for king salmon with little apparent conservation benefit. Madam Chair.
Thank you. Board discussion. Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The proposal that we took up several proposals back, which dealt specifically with Big Creek regarding all salmon, part of this proposal is dealing with Big Creek as a whole, similar to that proposal, but it's specifically talking about king salmon. Am I correct? Not all salmon?
Through the chair, that's correct.
And I guess one other thing that I saw in the department's comments is that you feel that enforcement would be complicated. I'm not sure if you can speak to that or if the Department of Public Safety probably has any comments in regards to
Through the chair, I would defer to public safety first and then comment if necessary afterwards. Madam Chair.
Captain Frenzel, do you have any comments on that front?
Members of the board and through the chair, any tributary that's closed or anything requires increased enforcement. Throughout the Bristol Bay fishery, obviously, our staff is mostly out on the commercial fishery ground. So we create more closed areas, increases a larger burden on protection to go out and enforce these closed areas.
Thank you. Would the department like to dovetail on any of those comments?
Madam Chair, as far as enforcement goes, no, that's pretty complete.
Thank you. Mr. Jensen?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I can't support this proposal. I can understand the reason for putting it in, but if it's going to increase regulatory complexity and reduce sport fishing opportunity with no conservation benefits, I just can't support something like that, Madam Chair.
Additional board discussion? Mr. Jensen?
Thank you, Madam Chair. If this proposal were to be adopted, I don't believe it would result in any additional direct costs for the private person to participate or the department to manage, and I'll call the question.
Thank you. The question has been called. Errors and omissions. Mr. Tawby?
No, Madam Chair.
Mr. Peterson?
No, Madam Chair.
Captain Frenzel?
No, Madam Chair.
Director Nelson?
Final action on Proposal 26. Wood.
No.
Heimbach.
No.
Mitchell.
No.
Jensen.
No.
Carlson Van Dort.
No.
Carpenter.
No.
Motion fails, 0-6, Madam Chair.
Proposal number 27.
Proposal 27, 5 AAC 67.022, special provisions for seasons, bag, possession, and size limits, and methods and means in the Bristol Bay area. Madam Chair.
Move to adopt. Second.
Staff comments, please.
Madam Chair, this proposal would establish an annual limit of 15 coho salmon for non-resident anglers in the Naknek River drainage. Under general regulations for Bristol Bay, the bag and possession limit for coho salmon is 5 fish. There may be an unknown decrease in harvest of coho salmon in the Naknek River drainage, as well as a potential increase in the catch and release of coho salmon. The department opposes this proposal. This would increase regulatory complexity and reduce sport fishing opportunity for non-resident anglers with minimal biological effect. Catch and harvest of coho salmon in the Naknek River drainage sport fishery suggests that the coho salmon population is stable under current regulations. The department is neutral on the allocative aspects of this proposal. Madam Chair.
Board discussion, Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can the department maybe explain to me how they assess the coho spawning escapement in this area?
Through the chair, we have no enumeration for coho at this time.
If I could have a follow-up question real quick.
Follow-up.
I'm looking at the table 27-1. It's the guided Naknek River effort anglers coho harvest from 2007 to 2016. Do you have any additional information after 2016 in regards to effort, catch, harvest in regards to this fishery?
Through the chair, yeah, so if you go to the next table, 27-2, we have additional information going through 2021 as well.
All right, I have a question for you. If you are not enumerating, how can you determine that there is minimal biological effect?
Madam Chair, so the harvest has remained relatively stable over time, with the understanding that coho as a species are highly variable year to year and even within a year. With that understanding, the numbers that we see as far as harvest and catch indicate to us a stable population.
Thank you. Mr. Jensen, did you have a question?
Yeah, I just had a question that you don't have the freshwater logbook program, that ended in 2016, so now you're using the statewide harvest survey. That's where you get the information up to 2021? Is that what you use?
Through the chair, that's correct, yeah. Naknek River is our second most fished river in Bristol Bay Management Area. The statewide harvest survey data for Naknek River is generally considered to be very reliable.
A follow-up question. Yeah, if this proposal were to be adopted, do you think it would put pressure on other systems? These folks that normally come here might go somewhere else where there's a better bag limit?
Through the chair, that's a possibility. Folks may choose to go elsewhere. However, the harvest of about 15 coho salmon is generally considered to be kind of the non-resident, well, that's about 50 pounds for a fish box is what I'm going to say. So I'll leave it at that.
Okay, thank you.
Other board discussion? Mr. Jensen?
Yeah, I noticed there's Mr. Peterson had a comment on this one too, and it's basically the same as with proposal 21. That basically says you should have a good reason if you're going to reduce bag limits for a user group. And I don't see any good reason with what I have in front of me to reduce the bag limit for non-residents. So I'm not going to be voting in support of this one, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen. I concur with your comments with respect to if there's, not an appreciable biological, concern, then I don't see any reason to be restricting access arbitrarily to non-residents. Any additional board discussion? Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If this proposal were to be adopted, I don't think it would result in the additional direct cost for the private person to participate and nor the department to manage, and I'll call the question.
Question's been called. Errors and omissions. Mr. Tobey?
No, Madam Chair.
Mr. Peterson?
No, Madam Chair.
Captain Frenzel?
No, Madam Chair.
Director Nelson, please call the roll.
Final action on Proposal 27. Wood.
No.
Carlson Van Dort.
No.
Mitchell.
No.
Heimbach.
Yes.
Carpenter.
No.
Jensen.
No.
Madam Chair, the motion fails. 1 in favor, 5 against.
Proposal number 28.
Proposal 28, 5 AAC 67.022, special provisions for seasons, bag, possession, and size limits and methods and means in the Bristol Bay area. Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, move to adopt with language found in RC 69.
Second, ask unanimous consent would request, give me the number again. Okay. Thank you.
Hearing no objection, we have the language in RC 69 before us. Staff comments, please.
Madam Chair, so this proposal would close portions of the Nushagak River drainage and portions of the Mulchatna drainage to sport fishing for king salmon. It would close the Nuikuk drainage and upstream of Ethel Creek on the Mulchatna River. Under general regulations for Bristol Bay, the king salmon season's open May 1 to July 31, with an annual limit of 5 king salmon, 20 inches or longer in Bristol Bay salt and fresh waters. Of these 5 king salmon, no more than 4 may be harvested from the Nushagak Mulchatna River drainages. All harvested king salmon 20 inches or longer must be recorded. For king salmon less than 20 inches, there's a bag and possession limit of 5 fish. Any king salmon removed from the water must be retained. Under special regulations for the Nushagak Mulchatna River drainages, from May 1 to July 31, only one single hook lure or fly, or one single hook may be used. The use of bait is allowed. In waters of the Nushagak-Mulchatna River drainage is open to fishing for king salmon. For fish 20 inches or longer, the bag and possession limit is 2 fish, only one over 28 inches. After taking a bag limit of king salmon 20 inches or longer from the Nushagak-Mulchatna River drainage, only unbaited single hook artificial lures or flies may be used in the Nushagak-Mulchatna River drainage for the remainder of the day. From upstream on Nushagak River, from the confluence of the Iowithla River to Harris Creek, including the Iowithla, from May 1 to July 24 is open to sport fishing for king salmon. Upstream from its confluence with Harris Creek is closed year-round to sport fishing for king salmon with bait prohibited. Only unbaited single-hook artificial lures may be used year-round. This proposal would result in an unknown decrease in effort and catch while prohibiting the targeting of king salmon in the sport fishery and the affected portions of the drainage. The department opposes this proposal. This would increase regulatory complexity and reduce sport fishing opportunity for king salmon with little apparent conservation benefit. A conservative spawning season closure of July 24 exists for these drainages to protect spawning king salmon. The department has the authority to restrict bag limits in season by emergency order, and the department exercised this authority in 2022 on the Nushagak River king salmon sport fishery. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen.
Thank you. Question for the staff, Madam Chair. Do you oppose it with this language also? Is that your take on it?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay. My notes say that that's a spawning area. Is that true up in that area? Is that a spawning area for king salmon?
Through the chair, yes, spawning is documented in the Nushagak River all the way down to Portage Creek. Therefore, the earlier season closure for those upper areas of the river afford adequate protection for spawning. There's not very, very little spawning occurring pre-July 24.
Okay. Thank you.
Help me understand how closing these waters in the Nushagak and upriver of the Nushagak has the department would oppose when you came before us with a stock of concern designation recommendation for these waters.
Madam Chair, the savings are deemed non-biologically significant based on the low level of harvest that occurs up there. Madam Chair.
So we've got a stock of management concern designation. There's action plan recommendations associated with that. Would not every king start to matter here?
Madam Chair, I would just like to point out the distinction between the difference between a stock of management concern and a stock of biological concern. And the amount of harvest that takes place is not deemed to be biological a concern for us.
So just to underscore the department's comments, there is no conservation concern that you have at this time with the Nushagak River king salmon.
Madam Chair, I would say there's no conservation concern with the harvest that occurs specifically within the areas outlined to be closed within this proposal.
The spawning grounds of the Nushagak River king salmon.
Based on the low level of harvest.
Thank you. Ms. Mitchell.
Thank you. Is the Nushagak River generally regarded as a heavily sport fish guided area?
Through the chair, I'll need more guidance for that. Certain sections are fished differently. So are you referring to the areas outlined in this proposal?
Yes.
So the fishing that goes on in those areas would primarily be guided fishing, yes.
And when we are talking about harvest in this area, we don't have any specific to the primary user group. We don't have any data specific to the primary user group on guided, like our guided data stops at 2016 in the table referenced on 28.1.
Through the chair, so the data that we do have for guided is through the statewide harvest survey. There is some data on that, but the logbook program did And so that specific data from the logbook program would end after the 2018 season.
Thank you.
Mr. Wood, sorry, and then Mr. Heimbach.
Thank you. It's addressed to staff. The initial proposal dealt with closures in 3 river drainages. RC 069 deals with just one of those 3. If this is adopted, are we then not going to be doing any closures in the others?
Through the chair, as it's written, I believe it's 2 areas, the Noyacook drainage and then Mulchatna above Ethel.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch what you said.
Sorry, through the chair, so it's 2 areas defined here through RC 69, which would be the Noyacook River drainage and then the Mulchatna upstream of Ethel Creek.
So those 2 areas would be closed and the other one would not, the remaining one?
Through the chair, based on this RC, that's correct.
Okay. If you know, the Carlin's Lodge, I wish I could remember the name of it. Do you know where that's located in relation to what we're doing here?
Through the chair, to the best of my knowledge, I do believe that lodge would be below this area on the Mulchatna, but I cannot speak with 100% certainty on that.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Heimbach.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. In the initial proposal, there was a significant amount of opposition to it, and we had a fair amount of testimony from small lodge owners up there. What I don't understand is, does substitute language mitigate some of the opposition these people had? And if not, does the closure set up somewhat of an allocation struggle on that portion of the river?
Through the chair, that's going to be difficult for me to speak to. I'm not sure exactly how it would disenfranchise different lodges because I would need to know exactly where they are and exactly where and how they fish in order to answer that question better. So that's as good as I can do at this moment.
May I follow up? So you don't know what lodges are going to be impacted by this closure?
Through the chair, potentially any lodge that fishes on the Mulchatna. There is fishing that takes place beyond just the lodges that are in place there. There's still some fly-in activity as well. So it is difficult for me to encapsulate exactly who would be affected and how.
Additional board discussion. I'm struggling with this one because I think there is, obviously, I've put on the record my concern about the king salmon. It seems a bit preemptive considering what we've postponed until action in March. I think I would prefer to look at this more holistically, but I'm interested in other people's thoughts, and I'm also just looking over the sustainable salmon fisheries policy as well. Mr. Wood.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'll be voting no, and a lot of it's based upon not having knowledge of who we are impacting by these decisions. And if I knew that, I might be in a better position to say yes and no, but until I know that, I'm just going to keep status quo, and that's just the nature of the way I am. I'll vote no unless somebody can justify to me why it should change.
Other board discussion, Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think in light of the action this board took to move proposals 11 through 13 to the March meeting, which could have allocative implications, this also could have allocative implications on one particular user group. Unfortunately, we don't have a really clear picture on who that can be or who that would be. I think if this proposal were to be taken up possibly at the same time, we could make more clear decisions, but I'm just not sure that I can do it right now. I do think And I do share the chair's sentiment that based on the action that the board took at the last meeting where we designated this stock, it is concerning to me, and it's also very concerning to me that we don't have a true way to enumerate what the actual escapement is in this drainage for king salmon. These are difficult decisions to make without really good information, and so in light of that, I think right now I'm struggling to support it.
Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If this proposal were to be adopted, I don't think it would result in additional direct costs to the private person to participate and nor the department to manage. I'll call the question.
Question has been called. Errors and omissions. Mr. Tobby.
No, Madam Chair.
Mr. Peterson.
No, Madam Chair.
Mr. Frenzel.
No, Madam Chair.
Director Nelson, please call the roll.
Final action on Proposal 28 as amended with the substitute language found in RC 69. Carpenter.
No.
Heimbach.
No.
Carlson Van Dort.
No.
Jensen.
Yes.
Mitchell.
No.
Wood.
No.
Motion fails, 1 in favor, 5 against. Madam Chair.
Proposal number 29.
Proposal 29, 5 AAC 67.022, special provisions for seasons, bag, possession, and size limits, and methods and means in the Bristol Bay area. Madam Chair.
Move to adopt with the language found in RC 66, Madam Chair.
Second, that's unanimous consent.
Hearing no objection, we have the language found in RC 66 before us. And I would like the staff to speak to their comments and also to the effects of RC 66.
Madam Chair, this proposal with the substitute language would prohibit the use of barbs, bait, and require single hook artificial lures and flies to be used. It would reduce the bag and possession limit for king salmon 20 inches in, or it would establish a bag and possession limit for king salmon 20 inches in length of 10 fish, or less than 20 inches in length, 10 fish, excuse me. Any king salmon caught that are 20 inches or greater in length must be immediately released. And then waters above the Geshick River are closed to sport fishing for king salmon, or waters above Geshick River are closed to sport fishing for king salmon, excuse me. Currently, the Togiak River king salmon sport fishery falls under general regulations for Bristol Bay. The effort, catch, and harvest for king salmon in the Togiak River sport fishery would decrease by an unknown amount. This proposal would increase regulatory and enforcement complexity with unknown and likely minimal biological benefit. The department opposes this proposal. This would reduce opportunity in the sport fishery and increase regulatory complexity. The department has the authority to restrict bag limits in season by emergency order, and the department exercised this authority in 2022 on the Togiak River king salmon sport fishery. The department is neutral on allocative aspects of this proposal. Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any more discussion? So, Mr. Heimbach.
I'd just like to say I am extremely supportive of when our rural advisory committees and groups of people get together to be proactive about conservation efforts. They may not always be perfect, but it's really nice to see these people taking steps to be a very big vocal part of the regulatory language that we develop. There can be no question from all the proposals we see here today in the last week that there's a growing concern about the congestion of fishing in the growing tourism industry out west. And what we do with it is not really up to this body completely. We have to have the input of these groups out there. So I'm very supportive of this proposal.
Mr. Wood.
I would join Mr. Heimbach in being supportive of the mechanism by which this came forward. However, I do have difficulties both with subparagraph A and less so, but with paragraph D as well. As I stated earlier on the record on another proposal, I will not be supportive of requiring barbless hooks here else or anywhere else in the state. and therefore I really have problems with that being part of that RC. The second part of my concern, though not nearly as strong, is subparagraph D, which apparently is further delineating which areas are closed and only waters above the Gishiak River. I would have appreciated more testimony as to what we're dealing with by doing that, as far as mileage and the amount of fishing pressure that's in there. And I may have no objection after I heard that, but thus far, I don't have a good grasp of what's happening in that area. So right now, I could be a yes or a no, depending on what comes out.
Ms. Mitchell?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess with the proposal 28 that we just voted on and now 29, you know, both of which are dealing with area changes, and then we have RCs in front of us that are also referencing area, changing that area. And I'm going to echo Board Member Wood's comments on this, that I just don't really understand what the impact is with the area changes that we're seeing in these RCs to change the language from the original proposal, because I haven't had the public input on that. And I think Board Member Carpenter brings up a point that we will be taking action plans, you know, which could, you know, have things like this that are included with it during the statewide meeting, and, you know, looking at this king salmon issue. And I guess I just am not going to be in support of this now, just in an interest of not feeling like I have a good enough understanding of what the change would be, and also knowing that we're going to be looking pretty heavily at king salmon issues at the statewide for this region.
Mr. Jensen?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Question for the staff. Is there any concerns for the king salmon stock in this system that they're talking about in this proposal?
Through the chair, you know, we have conservation concern or management concern for king salmon, you know, throughout the bay. But that being said, there is no conservation concern or no biological effect through these proposals that would be significant enough to justify regulatory complexity of this magnitude. Madam Chair.
Oh, just a second, I have a couple questions, and I'll get to you, Mr. Heimbuch. So first of all, I think that this wouldn't be addressed in anything that we pushed off into statewide, because we're talking about a completely different river system. We're talking about the Togiak River system, not the Nushagak, which is the subject of the action plan. And I guess the portions of, is it the Geshiak River, or is that pretty far upriver spawning grounds of the Togiak River? Could you give us a little bit more information about this area specifically in paragraph D?
Yeah, Madam Chair. So it is below the area where sport fishing for king salmon traditionally extends to, or historically extends to. About 6 miles above that is the Pungo Kipuk. That is where it is generally recognized as the extent of king salmon sport fishing, about 6 miles above. There is a historical site in between this location and the historical range of where fishing extends to. That camp is currently not in place, but it could become a thing in the future. So there is a good amount of fishing that occurs above this location historically, and there is a site above this location that historically has operated as a sport fish camp.
Thank you. Currently, I imagine that there's no escapement goal on the Togiak River. I mean, you can enumerate it. Anecdotally or through Indicus data, however, are you seeing decreased returns of king salmon on the Togiak River?
Through the chair, I'm going to hesitate to say decrease, but through the knowledge and reports that I receive throughout the bay and from anglers throughout the bay, it gives me a pretty good idea of how different systems are operating from year to year. I'll say that of our 4 main king salmon rivers in Bristol Bay that get fished the most for kings, Togiak is the one with which I would have the least amount of concern biologically. The fishing season last year, according to those who fished it, was actually up from years prior. and fishing has been relatively decent from what I've heard from operators on the Togiak River.
So
Chair.
sport fishing operators.
Correct.
So you have no biological concern. I'm going to ask whether or not there's been a significant decrease in subsistence success on the Togiak River as of late.
Madam Chair, on RC2 Tab 3, which is our overview report, there's an appendix table B1, starts on page 83, and you can see that the historical average of Chinook salmon as recorded on subsistence permits is 888 for the whole entire time, 85 to 2020. For the last 10 years, the subsistence harvest has been 792, and for the most recent 5 years, it's gone down to 770, Madam Chair. But all of the data are there on.
Could you please repeat your citation or the reference again?
Our overview report, RC2, tab 3,
What
starts on page 83.
83. And there was a specific table you were referencing?
Appendix table B1 for the Togiak District, if that helps, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Heimbach.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. In the hopes of generating enough support to help this AC out there in Togiak be the prime mover for their own conservation efforts, I would like to make a motion to amend the language in front of us to strike simply the word barbless from Section A.
Second.
Discussion on Amendment 1. Hearing no objection, or I was saying I don't hear any discussion. Will you call the roll on Amendment 1, please?
On the amendment to strike Section A from RC 66.
No, only the word barbless.
Only the word barbless, my apologies. Jensen.
Yes.
Heimbach.
Yes.
Carlson Van Dort.
Yes.
Wood.
Yes.
Carpenter.
Yes.
Mitchell.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-0.
Can we have the language in RC 66 as amended before us for discussing the proposal? Any board discussion, Mr. Jensen, and then Ms. Mitchell?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question for staff. I'm looking at Table 29-3, Togiak District Commercial King Salmon Harvest. And it's about the date that 2,000 fish were harvested in the commercial fishery. And in 2020, it wasn't attained, according to this, and then also 2021. Is that accurate record, or is that just something you haven't compiled yet?
Through the chair, that's accurate.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Mitchell, then Mr. Carpenter.
You can go ahead, Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we heard a little bit of public testimony. I'm not sure if it was from the AC chair or not, but it talked a little bit about how much sport activity, and you referenced in your previous comments that there was a camp that might not be operated currently. But can you give me an idea generally of how much local sport fishing from the residents of Togiak Village, et cetera, might participate in the sport fish part of this in the area that we're talking about?
Through the chair, a majority of the effort on Togiak is going to be guided non-local. Togiak is a very small community, so I don't know exactly how many local residents participate in the sport fishery. There are some, but a majority of the effort on the river is going to be folks not from Togiak. Through the chair.
So typically, my thoughts are if there's no conservation concern, it's very difficult to justify restrictive access or restriction of access. But you have this sort of subsistence piece here that's really important to subsistence. And anecdotally, what I'm hearing from stakeholders is that it's more and more difficult to harvest kings for subsistence, which is important. The data that Ms. Olson pointed me towards, you know, this is dated data. Looks like the last 5-year average was from 2020. That's, well, I guess not too bad, but it looks like there is a reduction in king salmon harvest, although for me, it's not quite as significant. It's about a little over 100 fish. So with that in front of me, you know, I think the subsistence opportunity still exists, and it doesn't reach the threshold for restricting access if there is no conservation concern, as communicated to me by the department. But I understand that there is very, very real concern about king salmon success on this river. Nobody's monitoring it, nobody's tracking it. And I think that this is an effort to be very proactive in protection of the Chinook salmon, so I'm really conflicted on this right now. But given that there has to be a conservation concern that I can't justify at this time, I'm really struggling to support it. Mr. Heimbach.
Madam Chairman, I think you really bring up a good point about conservation in and of itself. We can't be the sole arbiters of whether or not there's a conservation effort. We have to give people that live in these areas some credence, that they have some feeling about what's coming down the pike. And I think that this is the time to use the word that you use. It's a time to allow people some sense of proactivity, especially in a small construct like this. You're right, we're not talking about lots of fish. But the best part about this is they didn't make a separation between non-residents or out-of-state residents themselves. They included themselves in their desire to have a little bit of a say in conservation. Granted, it's not a big issue, but I think these are the very kind of things we should be extremely supportive of. And I like the fact that it came out of the AC.
Any additional board discussion, Mr. Carpenter?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I mean, once again, we get into a situation where we don't really have a clear path or a clear way forward of enumerating king salmon. And while we constantly talk about conservation concerns for king salmon all around the state, I think it's important for this board to stress, and I think we're doing it hopefully in the appropriate manner where we're not degrading the department's efforts in this regard, because unfortunately a lot of this is a financial situation. I'm sure they would love to have this information as much as the rest of us. I tend to agree on this particular case with Mr. Heimbach. I served a long time on an advisory committee, and I think that some deference, especially in really rural communities around the state, where they're basically setting themselves up to restrict themselves to a certain degree in a very home territory, which they access on an annual basis a lot more than other people around the state. While it can't be directly represented by the department as a conservation concern, without the state starting to enumerate some of these systems, I feel that it's my responsibility to listen to some of these local advisory committees. And I think for that reason, with the addition to the amendment, that I'm going to support this.
Additional board discussion, Mr. Jensen?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with Mr. Carpenter on this case. What disturbs me most is the table 29-3 that shows that the last 2 years they haven't met the 2,000 harvest achieved, which is, you know, a sort of a signal to me. So with that being said, and adding deference to the local community there, I'm going to be voting in support of this, the amended language on this one, Madam Chair.
Ms. Mitchell?
Thank you. I spoke out earlier that I didn't have a good enough understanding of the area that was addressed in the new RC that changed kind of and added the Gishiak River. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that correctly, but, you know, through this deliberation process, which I value so much, and the Board of Fish process, I feel kind of compelled to, new information, I guess, for me has come out, and the fact that this is a small community and protecting that, and as I voted on past proposals here today, I also feel compelled when you have community members that are coming forward to basically restrict themselves on a resource that they care about. And I guess I'm going to be voting yes now.
Additional board discussion? Cost? Cost? Mr. Jensen?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I'll do cost. If this proposal be adopted, I don't believe it would result in any additional direct costs to the private person to participate nor the department to manage. And I'll call the question.
Question has been called. Errors and omissions?
No, Madam Chair.
Mr. Peterson?
No, Madam Chair.
Captain Frenzel?
Madam Chair, I was just looking at the maps here as we were discussing this, and the biologist would know the best, but that might be creek and not river, just when we write it up. Just a note. For subsection D, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Not a substantive change, though. Thank you. Director Nelson, please call the roll.
Final action on Proposal 29 as amended. Heimbach.
Yes.
Jensen.
Yes.
Wood.
Yes.
Carpenter.
Yes.
Mitchell.
Yes.
Carlson Van Dort.
Yes.
Motion carries, 6 in favor, 0 against, Madam Chair.
Proposal number 30.
Proposal 30, 5 AAC 67.022, special provisions for seasons, bag, possession, and size limits and methods and means in the Bristol Bay Area. Madam Chair.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Staff comments, please. Mr. Jensen?
Madam Chair, I forgot to move to adopt with substitute language found in RC 96, I believe, is for this one.
Madam Chair, I'll withdraw the earlier second. I'll second this motion as amended and ask for unanimous consent.
All right, thank you. We have language in RC 96 in front of us. We've got a request for unanimous consent. I don't hear any objection. We have language found in 96 in front of the board at this time. Staff comments, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is Tim Addix, Bristol Bay Sportfish Assistant Area Manager. This proposal would establish 3 different youth fisheries in sections of the Naknek River drainage. During the 3 youth fishing days, individuals 16 years of age or older would not be permitted to fish. Currently, there are no youth fishing zones in the Naknek River drainage. This proposal would allow 1 day per month for youth 15 years of age or younger to fish without competition from adult anglers. This may allow youth a greater chance to fish on the Naknek River. It would also decrease the area in which adult anglers can fish for a total of 3 days per year. The creation of a youth fishery is not anticipated to increase harvest rates in the Naknek River drainage. Creating a youth fishery would add complexity to the regulations. The Naknek River is located in eastern Bristol Bay and is the second most popular fishery in the area, hosting an estimated 13,349 angler days on average annually from 2016 to 2020. The department is neutral on the allocative aspects of this proposal. There are no sustainability issues with the proposed youth fishery. The department is supportive of establishing youth fisheries around the state. Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I submitted this RC 96. I think that there was a very unique compromise that was made by not only the lodge owners, but different representatives from this area. It came together, worked with the department, and came up with some reasonable expectations of opportunity for possibly kids that currently don't have the ability to go out and participate in sport fisheries. But I also think it gives the communities, the lodge owners, the ability to go out and help educate and broaden the horizons of kids that might not have those opportunities. I'm a big supporter of youth fisheries, and I think that this is a very good example and the first one in the Bristol Bay region, and I will be supporting this.
Mr. Wood and then Mr. Jensen.
Thank you. Likewise, I'll be enthusiastically supporting it, and just want to encourage the lodge owners who stood up here earlier and said, yes, we'd like to participate in helping provide that opportunity to do just that and create a program whereby you can coordinate with whomever it is that will administer the program to facilitate getting some of these kids out on the river doing some fishing. And I thank you for doing that. But next time I come around to Bristol Bay, if that should happen, I'm really going to be interested in seeing how this develops. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Jensen.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And I do support youth fisheries, but there's one thing I don't see in here is any kind of an agreement by lodge owners to supply boats and transportation for these kids. I mean, they say they're going to do it, and we're going to set this time aside, but I don't see one thing in here that says to me that they're going to come in and pick these kids up and take them fishing. So we're creating a fishery without access to the fishery. We're creating this fishery to provide access to these kids that don't have boats and stuff. And I don't see anything in here that says a single thing about guides agreeing to go out and take these kids under 16 out fishing.
Ms. Mitchell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm in support of establishing a youth fishery, and, you know, to Mr. Jensen's point, it is a little concerning to designate space. However, through public testimony, I very vividly remember that there was interest in the guides coming together to do this already. So, you know, I feel like that intent was already put forth on the record that guides were willing to participate in this.
Mr. Wood.
Madam Chairman, directly to Mr. Jensen's concerns, I do not believe this board would even have the legal authority to put such language into these regulations directing the lodges to provide such services. Having said that, if anybody was listening closely to my earlier remarks, not only will I be looking in the future as to whether they carry through with what they represented they would do, but should the occasion arise where it was an empty promise and they did nothing, there's nothing that would prevent that Board of Fisheries from going to 4, 5, or 6 days during the regular season to hold such youth days. And I'm certain there's some incentive behind the lodges, et cetera, to jump on board and implement this compromise very enthusiastically by providing such services.
Thank you, Mr. Wood. Mr. Jensen.
Yeah, I realize we can't regulate people taking these kids out. I just was surprised not to see or hear anything about an agreement to take these kids out. I think it's probably out there, but I just haven't heard it. Doesn't mean I'm not going to support this. I think it's a great idea to give kids the opportunity. So I just thought that was, that I haven't heard anything. I just wanted to hear if there was. Thank you.
Thanks. And just so that I just want to make sure I'm reading this correctly, that this is one day that we're designating. Is that correct?
Through the chair, this is 3 days. There is 1 day in 3 separate months, June,
Okay.
July, and August.
Got it. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Thank you. With that clarification, I still think that 3 days in terms of allocation implications is pretty negligible, and so I don't believe that there's going to have significant allocative implications with creating a youth fishery on 3 days in the summer. So, additional board discussion, Mr. Jensen.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I feel the way if these group of people agreed to it, I don't think it would be allocated because they haven't they've agreed to give up that, or help with that time. So I'm going to be in support of it. I just hope I'm wrong about not, I just want to see these kids out there. So if this proposal be adopted, I don't believe it would require an additional cost for the private person to participate nor the department to manage, and I'll call the question.
Yeah, I know that I've heard, lots of stories of success about these types of programs in other areas where they've been created, and we also heard during public testimony that the experience has been, if you build it, they will come, and so I'm supportive of it. Question has been called, errors and omissions. Mr. Tobby?
No, Madam Chair.
Mr. Peterson?
Madam Chair, I don't have any errors, but I think Ms. Hutter would like some clarification on subsection D14. There's some additional language in there about times, 6 a.m. to 11 p.m. I believe that's a result of copying and pasting, if I'm not mistaken. So if it's the will of the board to have it be during those times, totally fine, obviously. That's in regulation elsewhere. But if that's a Scrivener's error, then it should be noted for the record, and we'll take care of it.
So whether or not which occurs from 6 a.m. to 11 p.m. on the second Sunday of August, or 6 a.m. to 11 p.m. should be struck. I think that's the intent, and that would make it conform with the other paragraphs, 12 and 13. That would be the intent of the board. Thank you. Captain Frenzel.
No, Madam Chair.
Director Nelson, will you please call the roll?
Proposal 30 as amended. Final action. Carlson Van Dort.
Yes.
Carpenter.
Yes.
Jensen.
Yes.
Heimbach.
Yes.
Mitchell.
Yes.
Wood.
Yes.
Motion carries, 6 in favor, 0 against. Madam Chair.
Proposal number 31.
Madam Chair, Tim Sands for the record. Proposal 31, 5 AAC 06377, reporting requirements. Madam Chair.
Move to adopt with the language found in RC 105.
Second, that's unanimous consent.
Hearing no objection, we have before us the language found in RC 105. Staff comments, please.
Madam Chair, this proposal would require all guided sport fishing operators to report all king salmon retained by size category daily and at the end of the season. It would also require all individual set and drift gillnet commercial permit holders in Bristol Bay to keep daily logs of king salmon retained, except in directed king salmon commercial openings. 5 AAC 39.130 gives the department broad authority to require any information from processors regarding harvest that the department deems necessary. Currently, processors are required to submit daily reports with harvest by species, weekly reports with completed fish tickets, and harvest by species, and final operations reports with harvest by species for each district. In the Nushagak district, processors are also required to submit production data for king salmon that includes the number of king salmon reported on fish tickets and the total number of king salmon based on production. There is no requirement to report fish by size category. The commercial fishery requirements of these proposals would add a burden to users and the department with no fishery management benefit because the requirement to report harvest already exists. The sport fishery provision would require the department to develop a new in-season reporting program specific to the Nushagak drainage. These would also increase regulatory and enforcement complexity in the sport fishery. The department opposes this proposal. Reporting requirements in the commercial fishery are generally regarded as sufficient, and the additional requirements proposed are likely impractical and not beneficial to managers. The freshwater sport fish logbook program that provided reporting similar to that described in the proposal was discontinued by the department in 2018. Madam Chair.
Thank you. Board discussion. Ms. Mitchell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I submitted the substitute language found in RC 105, and primarily because I believe that as fishery participants, we all have a responsibility to be stewards of the resource. And in saying that, our ability to conduct research and doing our best to give our science agencies the best information, the most accurate information, so that they can help inform policymakers, I believe will determine our ability to promote the future health of our fisheries. And from several of the proposals that we've taken up today. There's been discussion about kind of the inability to enumerate king salmon catch, and we have a conservation issue on the Nushagak River with regards to king salmon. And a lot of the information that's been presented, even in this board meeting, has used old logbook data because it provides us with information as policymakers to be able to make decisions. And so, and then also with the home pack, just to have a better idea of the actual harvest that's taking place in the commercial fishery. Despite the department comments on the proposal where it says reporting requirements in the commercial fishery are generally regarded as sufficient, that's really just not the impression that I got in department presentations. So I think that, and a mention of underreporting issues, and then no way of tracking the harvest for home pack. So that's the intent of this, is to be able to support getting the best information we can around a stock of concern so that we can make the best decisions we can for the future health of our resources.
Mr. Heimbach.
I'd like to echo what Board Member Mitchell said. I don't think it could have been said any broader or any better, and it was reasonably broad. And it's just one of many things that we have to start doing, I think. I mean, we're skirting and dancing all around king salmon on almost every issue. This is just another piece, and the fact that the department can't really come out in full-blown support of this because of inability to monitor, it shouldn't dissuade us, because we typically have a very high degree of compliance in these regulatory things. We're not talking about a speeding limit. We're not talking about a lot of other social behaviors. We're talking about really needing to get better information. She elucidated the fact that we don't have the best sonar. We are missing a lot of pieces, and I think we have to support this, even though there's some reluctance about the ability to completely monitor it. I support it fully.
Mr. Jensen.
Yeah, thank you. I'd like to reference, or have Mr. Peterson make his comments on this proposal number 31.
Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen. Through the chair, I did comment on this in the memo. And what I indicate is that the board generally has authority to require reporting, but lacking any administrative, fiscal, or budgeting powers, it does not have authority to require the department to expend funds on the administration of a reporting program. And I'd also note, I didn't put this in the memo, but in talking about it since the time that it was drafted, it's also worth pointing out that 1605-050 is where the legislature created the powers and duties of the commissioner, and it vests the power to collect, classify, and disseminate statistics, data, and information that promote the purposes of Title 16 to the commissioner. So having said that, the board has in other regulations required reporting. And the ones that spring to mind are like in the Prince William Sound shrimp non-commercial fishery. And I believe in that case, there's no other data at all available to Fish and Game, and somebody can correct me if that's incorrect, about that fishery other than the harvest data, being shellfish. And I think the department actually came to the board and asked for regulation related to reporting. So with that being the backdrop, I would again stress that the department has the administrative, budgeting, and fiscal authority to administer these programs, but that's obviously something that you can use in making your decision. It's probably not determinative, but it is important.
Sorry, Mr. Wood and then Mr. Heimbach.
Trying to do it in English. We have the ability to require the reporting as set forth here, but if the department decides it's not going to fund it, that's totally within their province, correct?
Through the chair, Member Wood, in my memo I wrote in English The board does have authority to require reporting, but lacking any administrative, fiscal, or budgeting powers, it does not have authority to require the department to expend funds on the administration of a reporting program. I wouldn't be comfortable putting it any other way. I think that's as clearly as it can be said, and I think that your statement back to me just now is an accurate reflection of that statement.
Mr. Heimbach.
Madam Chairman, I'm not sure if it would be proper for me to ask Board Member Mitchell if the requirements in the first part of this language, if it deleted the words having to do with report on a form provided by the department, and use the authority the board has to require reporting, but delete the things that referred to the department, if that would still meet her intent in the substitute language.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Heimbach. I appreciate the question. For all intensive purposes on data collection and how effective it can be, it needs to be standardized in some way. And the best standardization, I think, would come from the department, who has a history of being, able to collect data in forms of this such manner.
Mr. Heimbach.
To follow up on that, can you sense any way that we could restructure this so that we don't lose the intent of this proposal?
Mr. Peterson.
So, Aaron Peterson for the record. I want to point out one other thing, and it's directly relevant to what Member Heimbach is just raising. I was a prosecutor for a long time before coming to this position, and that experience sort of coming to mind now that this regulation would create a requirement on the angling public to report. That's what it would do. They would be subject to either strict liability or a misdemeanor offense, depending on how it's charged and the required mental state for that charge, if they fail to follow this regulation. It doesn't say that the department has to do anything with the data. The board can't force the department to do anything with the data, but it would criminalize conduct if the angling public doesn't comply with it. So it should, and in fact, to be legal, if passed as it currently is, we would include language to the effect that on a form provided by the department, if the department provides that form or something to that effect. Again, because this board can't force the department to create the program, but that program would have to be in existence in order for this regulation to be given any force. I'm sorry this is confusing, but it risks potentially criminalizing conduct that people cannot comply with because the form doesn't exist.
Mr. Heimbach and then Mr. Wood.
Not to belabor this much further, but I really do not want to lose the sentiment that's in this proposal. Would it be proper for me to ask both you and the maker of this if it would be fair to table this to the March meeting so we'd have another chance to look at it? Thank you.
Mr. Wood.
Thank you. I think we're making a mountain out of an anthill, but nonetheless, one of the reasons you want to have that kind of language in there is so that the department can create, if it so chooses, what questions and what data it is seeking to be able to manage better. So, if you just left it blank, for instance, if someone would offer an amendment to pull that kind of language out, the fisherman's going to provide what information they feel is relevant, and you have no control over that. So I would leave the language in. If the department chooses not to do a farm, then that negates the entire setup. I don't know why they would do that, but nonetheless, once again, we can't force them to do it. If that was their choice, then we'll not get any data.
Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not going to be voting in support of this. I think it's, for several reasons. One, it's already required in the list of, under small c, the list of the CFEC permit numbers already taken down, the statistical area of the harvest is already taken down, the ADF&G number is already taken down, the date of harvest is already taken down. They don't as far as I know, I don't think they specify the length of these fish they're taking in. And all this information that's compiled off what I just read is immediately available to the department. And also, you read in the department comments, reporting requirements in the commercial fishery are generally regarded as sufficient, and the additional requirements proposed are likely impractical and not beneficial to the managers. And I'll reference the freshwater sport harvest survey. That basically didn't provide them with the information they needed, so they discontinued it. And I could see this, if we get it going and get it on the table and put it in effect, I see the same fate for it after the first couple, 3 or 4 years. So that's the reason I'm not going to support it. I mean, the information's already taken, with the exception of the length of king salmon in inches on the different sizes. So I mean, this is just more additional information and more burdensome to the fishers, to provide. And if they do it, and if you want this information November 30th, with the exception of what you find on the department already has, if you're going to ask a fisherman to remember back after harvesting 30,000 fish, how many did he get that were 28 inches in length, and how many did he get were less than 28 or 20? So I don't see additional, something additional to this, like this, to be practical. So I'm not going to be in support of it, Madam Chair.
Mr. Jensen, I think you were referring to the logbook program, not the statewide harvest survey, right? You were referring to the discontinuation of the logbook.
No,
program,
I'm referring to the freshwater sport fish logbook program that was put in effect and then taken out.
Thank you. Ms. Mitchell.
Thank you. To touch on Board Member Jensen's points, just for some clarification from the department, the language found in RC 105 says king salmon retained for personal use. Is this data that's requested in RC 105 currently collected with regards to the home pack?
Through the chair, Member Mitchell, currently it's required that commercial fishers put personal use fish on their fish tickets.
Follow up.
Thank you. With regards to fish tickets, there was mention in the department reports that there is underreporting happening. And I think there was some numbers pulled from the production line with regards to the extent at which we may be seeing underreporting happening with this. Can you speak to that, please?
Through the chair, Member Mitchell. Yeah. So I got concerned about this in 2021. I started requesting from processors additional information, their production information. So the fish ticket information is what's collected at the tender, but when the fish go to the plant and they're produced, the processor counts everything again, and oftentimes they find more kings than were originally reported on the fish tickets. It's very rough information. It hasn't been vetted yet, but for 2021 and 2022, we have some data, and it indicates somewhere between, say, 36% and 46% of the fish are being reported.
Can you give me the percentage of underreporting then?
So underreporting would be 55 to 65%-ish.
Follow up?
Ms. Mitchell.
Thank you for that. That seems fairly significant to me, and also from anecdotal evidence provided through the public testimony, we heard about how challenging it is for the commercial fishermen in this very fast-paced, high-abundance fishery to be able to accurately count and report this information on their harvest ticket, which would suggest to me that our best data collection point for overall king harvest would be coming from the production side, and our information for home pack harvest or take would not be reliable from a harvest ticket, but instead could potentially be reliable through the requirement, the reporting requirement that's proposed in RC 105.
Director Abong.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think Member Mitchell just clarified what I was going to clarify. The fish ticket and what Mr. Sands was referring to are the landed or sold numbers. And what this is dealing with is the home pack, which is also required to be on the fish ticket as well. I mean, RC 92 is an example of one that was turned in. So I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Ms. Mitchell.
Thank you. I just had another question with regards to the language found in RC 105 for sport fish reporting for Aaron, Department of Law. And if the language were to be changed to say if a harvest report is provided by the department, then this would be required, and that way only if the department actually provided and took this on and provided users with a reporting mechanism, that would be the only way that it could be punished or a penalty legally would be instated? Is this a language thing?
Through the chair, Member Mitchell, yes, we will make sure that it is written in a way to avoid the issue that I raised earlier. So if it passes, we'll make sure that the final version of the language includes a threshold trigger that the department provide a form before anybody could be expected to submit the department-provided form.
So procedurally, you don't need a conceptual amendment?
No.
Thank you.
No, we do not, I should say.
Thank you. Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Understanding what Mr. Peterson said and understanding the commissioner's responsibilities and understanding that this board does not have any fiscal authority, I think it's inherent among all user groups to try and provide the best and the most reliable information in regard to harvest. This board is tasked with dealing with proposals that directly represent allocative natures between different user groups. That's one of the main reasons that this board exists. And one of the things that is constantly frustrating to me, and I'm sure it's very frustrating to others, is that we have this lack of information sometimes for not only the department to utilize, but this board to utilize when making these very tough decisions. We're going to be doing that in March, specifically targeting the king salmon in this particular drainage. I think that there's other forms of harvest information that's not only collected on the fisheries side, but on the game side, some that have penalties and some that don't. The subsistence fishermen in this state get a card and they have to fill it out and they have to turn it in every year. If the subsistence users of this state have to provide this sort of information, I don't see that it's an undue burden on the rest of the users to provide this information. And one of the things that we talked about when we decided to defer these proposals to the March meeting was that there's going to be a reconstruction plan and a way to enumerate these king salmon specifically on the Nushagak River. And one of the pieces of information that could potentially help with that program to lower the error rate in calculating that, even though it may be postseason, is data points. I feel that these things are data points. I think that some of the points that have been made in regards to the underreporting specifically on home pack on fish tickets is a little bit alarming to me. And I think that that needs to be looked at and corrected. If this is a format, if the department feels that it is a necessary tool to provide not only themselves and this board the ability to have that information and to use that in their reconstruction project to enumerate these king salmon, I think that it's a reasonable thing to do. And so for that reason, I will support this.
Ms. Mitchell.
Thank you. I do just want to briefly just state on the record, even though it's made very clear in RC 105, that both the commercial reporting requirement outlined here and the sport fish reporting requirement are both specifically directed at king salmon, in which we have a stock of management concern in this region for the Nushagak.
Mr. Wood.
If there's no further discussion, I'd like to call a question. Do you? Then I withdraw.
So I was incredibly disappointed with some of the testimony that I heard, and I'm disappointed with the department's response to these reporting requirements, that you don't think that I'm going to look at right here, generally regarded as sufficient, and additional requirements are likely impractical and not beneficial to managers. That's kind of outrageous, in my opinion. And the board, while we can't compel the department to do anything with this information, I think it's important to send a very clear message that the board is requesting this information. We can't make you give it to us. And I agree wholeheartedly with Member Mitchell that it is the responsibility of the user group to be stewards of this resource. Now, there's some places where this is reported. You know, in the testimony that I heard that tendermen don't really care. Processors may or may not be reporting it correctly. It's not my responsibility to report my kings because they're coming in too fast and too furiously. It is your responsibility. And we're requesting this data so that the decisions that we're going to be forced to make in the near and the long term are supported by better data, because one of the things I've also heard repeatedly over the course of this last week is there's insufficient data, the numbers aren't good. Here's an opportunity to improve it. I also heard from the sport fishing sector that we want to supply some of this information. Some of them are doing it individually. Let's compel the folks that are, benefiting from the resource most directly, the opportunity to help manage it in a better way. So, I really appreciate the work that Member Mitchell has done on this. That was one point where I just was incredibly disappointed in what I heard. And I think this is one small way to try and get at some of this data so that it can inform better policy, because I don't think any of these issues that we're facing are gonna just spin around on a dime. It's the least we can do, frankly. Mr. Heimbach and then Ms. Olson.
One thing that struck me listening to the legal side was criminalizing noncompliance. And there's not a point that's been made here at the table tonight to me that's not completely germane. We need to go do this and make it and go forward. So, Mr. Peterson, if you get a chance, if you could again, is there a way that we can structure a program that would reduce your worry about criminalizing noncompliance on this?
Through the chair, Member Heimbach, yeah, I will make sure that it's written in a way that obviates that concern.
Yeah, it does. He clarified earlier that it didn't need to be offered as a conceptual amendment, that the board's intent is clear.
So thank you. Now I understood where you're going with that now. Okay.
Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with you on the importance of reporting. The permit program in Bristol Bay is a very good example. We have very good response rates, but what I wanted to feel compelled to add to the record is that there are other data points for some of these questions. An example of Prince William Sound shellfish came up. We do have harvest data in subsistence for household harvest surveys. You do also have harvest data or removal from commercial catch data. For example, in the Dillingham report, under the board meeting webpage for this meeting, shows a couple tables here of estimated percentages of salmon harvest by gear type, resource, and total salmon harvest, including removal from commercial catch. And I just wanted to make sure the record was clear that we in subsistence do have that question on our household survey. We do keep track of what people say they retain from their commercial catch. It's just not every year due to funding, and I hope that helps. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Mitchell?
Thank you. I wanted to echo some of Member Carlson Van Dort's comments on kind of the reading of some of the department comments on this, where data was considered sufficient, generally regarded as sufficient. But I also want to take a moment to applaud the department member who came forward to try and improve our data collection. And I also just want to state that we are all here because we love our resource, and it is important that we all work together to be the best stewards of this resource that we possibly can, and especially in times where it is very apparent that there is uncertainty going on in our fisheries. So I look forward to working with all of you, continuing to sustain our resources for future use.
Director Abong.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just want to clarify and get some direction on a couple of items. One, so reporting of kings on the fish ticket for home pack is already required. So that's, when people aren't doing that, that's already an enforcement issue. So this will be a second layer of that. Another question I have is, assuming this is related to the stock of concern, is there a nexus with when the stock is no longer a stock of concern? Would there be a sunset if that were to occur, or do we do this in perpetuity? And the third question I have, the sport fish requirement is in the Nushagak River drainage excluding Wood River, but the commercial fishery requirement is for the entirety of Bristol Bay. Or should we focus it on just the Nushagak district, or focus it on the entirety of Bristol Bay? Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go with the last question because that's the one that's the freshest in my mind, and whether or not this should be specific. And I guess that's a question for department, is if we're directing this at because we have a stock of concern with king salmon, is it reasonable to think that we could not require this sort of reporting when we're trying to collect information on king salmon? Are the Nushagak king salmon found in most areas that this would be required?
Through the chair, Member Mitchell, I would say no. I'd say Nushagak king salmon are mostly caught in the Nushagak district.
Okay, it would be my intent to have it be expansive to collect the information where we can, based on the level of uncertainty with king salmon stocks statewide. So that would be the intent as far as I'm concerned. But if other board members feel that we should restrict this to a smaller area, then I'm willing to have that conversation as well. But my intent would be to do it throughout the region due to the fact that we have king salmon concerns statewide.
And would your intent be to do it throughout the region for the sport fish as well, or just the commercial fish?
I would like to push this throughout the region as well. However, if that would be something that other board members would not like to see happen, I would, I think that there's enough concern statewide with king salmon fisheries that it would be warranted to make this region-wide. However, with budgetary constraints and implementing a program like this and everything, I would be amenable to having it be restricted by area.
So I'll just offer my thoughts on this, and I think that having the information collected area-wide is just fine. If you want to pull out and tease out the information from the Nushagak Wood District or from the Nushagak specifically, knowing that the kings that are being home packed there, you can do that. But my recommendation would be to do it area-wide, and just that's the responsibility of folks that are catching kings in Bristol Bay. All right. Mr. Wood?
Try this one more time. Call question, Madam Chair.
No, I didn't do cost. This proposal to be adopted, I don't believe we require any additional cost to the direct person, private person to participate. It will add cost for the department to manage. Madam Chair, and I'll call the question.
Thank you. The question's been called. Errors and omissions, Director Raybog.
No, Madam Chair.
Mr. Tavi?
Madam Chair, I guess I would add a little bit more about the sport fish component. I don't want to belabor this, but we do have another method, and it was referenced briefly, the statewide harbor survey. We currently spend about $900,000, almost $1 million on that program. It's been in place for 45 years. If you go back and look at the proposals for NACNEC and look at the tables, there's both tables there for the statewide harbor survey and the guide logbook program. You'll see in drainages that have fairly high effort, like NACNEC and the New Shagak, the numbers are very comparable. In the statewide harbor survey numbers, they're all higher than the guide logbook ones because there's unguided anglers in there as well. So those numbers are, we've been using those numbers, like I said, for 45 years. We brought them to the board before for the Kenai, for the Cook Inlet area. And, currently our budget is fairly static. So, bringing back the freshwater logbook program or some program like this is probably highly unlikely because we're going to have to give up some other assessment or project elsewhere in the state or even in Bristol Bay to make that happen. So,
Thank you.
all right. Nothing else. Thank you.
Thanks. Mr. Peterson?
No, Madam Chair.
Captain Frenzel?
No, Madam Chair.
Director Nelson, please call the roll.
Final action on Proposal 31 as amended. Wood.
Yes.
Heimbach.
Yes.
Mitchell.
Yes.
Jensen.
Nope.
Carlson Van Dort.
Yep.
Carpenter.
Yes.
Motion carries, 5 in favor, 1 against.
Proposal number 32.
Madam Chair, Proposal 32, require reporting of king salmon harvest and guided sport fisheries and commercial fisheries in Bristol Bay. It's the same proposal.
Madam Chair, move to adopt based on the action taken on the previous proposal. I move to take no action based on the previous proposal.
Second, and ask unanimous consent.
Hearing no objection, the board will take no action on proposal number 32. And to accommodate Mr. Jensen's schedule and the fact that he's conflicted out of all but 2 proposals in Group 3, I'd like to take up Group 3, proposal number 61 and 62 at this time before we break, and then we'll continue deliberations on Group 3 tomorrow morning. So I'll give you guys a second to swap out.
Yeah. Do you need a motion for that? Do you? Okay. I would just note that this is going to cost Mr. Jensen.
All right. So, Committee of the Whole, Group 3, commercial salmon, commercial herring, 30 proposals in Group 3. We're going to take up proposal number 61 and number 62 at this time. So I'll ask the department to introduce proposal number 61.
Madam Chair, Proposal 61, 5 AAC 06377, reporting requirements.
Move to adopt. Move to take no action based on the proposer's withdrawal of his support as found in PC 22.
You're keeping me on my toes, Mr. Jensen. Second, and ask unanimous consent.
Hearing no objection, the board will take no action on proposal number 61 based on the proposer's request to withdraw on PC 22. Proposal number 62.
Madam Chair, for the record, my name is Philip Stacy. Proposal 62, 5 AAC 27.865, Bristol Bay Herring Management Plan.
Move to adopt. Second.
Staff comments, please.
This proposal would repeal 5 AAC 27.865B3, the regulation that limits the department to only opening an area to one gear type at a time for the Togiak herring fishery. Currently, under 5 AAC 27.865B3, the department may allow only one gear type to operate in an area during any open period. This would allow the department to open an area to both purse seine and gillnet users at the same time. At its peak, the Togiak Sacro herring fishery had over 300 purse seine vessels and 400 gillnet vessels participating in the fishery. There were user conflicts between gear groups, and separating them made sense. Since then, fleet sizes have diminished substantially. There have been several years with fewer than 5 gillnet participants and 15 purse seine participants. In 2022, for example, there were 9 purse seine vessels and no gillnet vessels. With small fleet sizes now, this regulation complicates management because it requires managers to close an area to one gear type before opening it to another gear type. The department is neutral on the allocative aspects of this proposal. However, the department supports simplification of the management plan to provide greater time and area flexibility.
Thank you. Board discussion. Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it's pretty clear when you look at the number of purse seine vessels and gillnet vessels that are involved in this sacro fishery now. It's far, far less than it was 15 years ago, and it's really a market-driven thing. I think this ability, or this proposal allows simplification of the management plan to provide greater flexibility for the gillnetters and the seiners that are still participating in this. It's really important to try and achieve the highest percentage of roe quality so that the fishermen and the processors can not only pay the most money, but sell the most product. And the GHLs right now are extremely high and will never really be caught. So I think it's appropriate.
Mr. Jensen.
Yeah, thank you. I'll echo Mr. Carpenter's comments. It's just simplifying a lot of things by doing it this way. I think the last couple of years, there wasn't any gillnetters, or for 2 years in a row, there wasn't any gillnetters out there at all. So it will make it easier for the department to manage. Won't have to hold off waiting for a gillnetter to show up. It may have some allocation implications, not so much as it would have had in the past, but and I actually see absolutely no comments against this proposal, and especially no information from any herring gillnetters. I haven't seen a single piece of information that says that this isn't a good idea. So with that, the importance of this fishery is it's important to the state. It's important to the people that live in the area. That's why there's still some gillnetters. They don't want to invest in seine boat equipment and stuff like that, so they go out and gillnet. And I think with that being said, I'll be in support of this one, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other board discussion? Mr. Jensen.
This proposal will be adopted. I don't believe it would require any additional cost for the private person to participate, and it will definitely simplify management. And I'll call the question.
Thank you. The question has been called. Errors and omissions, Director Rabong.
No, Madam Chair.
Mr. Peterson.
No, Madam Chair.
Captain Frenzel.
No, Madam Chair.
Director Nelson, please call the roll.
Final action on Proposal 62. Mitchell.
Yes.
Jensen.
Yes.
Wood.
Yes.
Carpenter.
Yes.
Carlson Van Dorp.
Yes.
Heimbach.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-0, Madam Chair.
Okay. The time is 6 p.m. on the nose, and we will break here for the evening, and we will resume tomorrow morning at 8:30 with Committee of the Whole Group 3. Mr. Jensen.
Thank you for accommodating me, Madam Chair. I appreciate it very much.
All right, thank you very much. We'll see you all tomorrow at 8:30.